Welcome to the June 23rd meeting of the Garden Grove City Council. Madam Clerk, please call roll.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Here.
Councilmember Tran.
Here.
Councilmember Jovin.
Present.
Councilmember Muñetón.
Here.
Councilmember Aristegui.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Bertigam.
Here.
And Mayor Klumpenstein.
Here. That will take us into our invocation and pledge of allegiance. Our Assistant City Manager, Matt West, will lead us in our invocation. And if I could have our Mayor Pro Tem, George Breitigam, lead us in the pledge of allegiance, please.
Please prepare yourself according to your faith. Dear Lord, as we gather this evening, may we be guided by wisdom, humility, and a spirit of service. May our discussions be respectful, our decisions thoughtful, and our actions reflect our commitment to the well-being of the community we serve. As we give thanks, please continue your blessing for those who dedicate themselves each day to the safety, health, and vitality of our city. We ask this in your name, amen.
Please remove any head coverings. Face the flag. Begin.
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, I will turn the meeting over to the Chair of our Housing Authority, Chair Muñetón.
I will now call for the Housing Authority meeting to order. Will the clerk please take roll?
Commissioner Aristegui.
Here.
Commissioner Beckles.
Here.
Commissioner Breitigam.
Here.
Commissioner Jovin.
Present.
Commissioner Klumpenstein.
Here.
Commissioner Philip Nguyen.
Here.
Vice Chair Tran.
Here.
And Chair Muñetón.
Here.
And Commissioner Tan Nguyen is absent.
I will now open oral communication. Madam Clerk, have we received any speaker cards today?
No, Madam Chair, no speaker cards for the Housing Authority.
We will now close oral communications and move into the consent calendar agenda items 1 through 4. Can I get a motion and a second?
I'll move it.
Second. Madam Clerk, can you roll call, please?
Chair Muñetón.
Yes.
Vice Chair Tran.
Yes.
Commissioner Philip Nguyen.
Yes.
Commissioner Klumpenstein.
Yes.
Commissioner Jovin.
Yes.
Commissioner Breitigam.
Yes.
Commissioner Beckles.
Yes.
And Commissioner Aristegui.
Yes.
Motion received, 8 yes votes.
Are there any matters from the commissioners or director? Seeing none, we will adjourn the Housing Authority meeting and turn back to City Council.
Thank you.
Need to help hand down here.
All right, that will take us into presentations for the evening. Item number 1.
Yes, this evening we have the Orange County Environmental Health Update, and City Manager Lisa Kim will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Tonight, we have requested Dr. Darwin Chang provide an update to the Council as it relates to Unified Command and their oversight of the GKN incident and mitigation of the tanks. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Chang to share his update.
Good evening, Honorable Madam Mayor and City Council. My name is Darwin Chang, representing the Orange County Healthcare Agency. I'm the Environmental Health Director for the division. And today I would like to provide a brief update, an overview of what is a CUPA, and also the work that we've been doing at GKN. So some of you might have heard about this hazardous materials program called CUPA. What is a CUPA? So CUPA is the Certified Unified Program Agency that's been delegated from Cali, PA for the local jurisdictions in this particular case, the County of Orange, to implement hazardous materials and hazardous waste regulations. And so throughout this various programs, we deal with a variety of programs such as underground storage tanks, hazardous materials disclosures, hazardous waste management and treatment system, and other emergency response-like programs. We, in general, regulate businesses that stores and handles hazardous materials and hazardous waste. And we're not alone. CUPA is represented between environmental health departments, public works departments, and fire departments in California, and there are 81 CUPAs in California. But specifically for Orange County in Garden Grove, we actually manage approximately 550 businesses that handles hazardous materials and hazardous waste. And because this is a statewide program throughout California, we have certain standards that we have to abide by. So Cal EPA, along with other state agencies such as the Water Board, such as Department of Toxic Substances Control, even the State Fire Marshal's Office, they do inspect and audit our program for performance purposes. And so we want to ensure that our inspection process, our review process, and also our enforcement process are in line with the state mandates and laws and regulations. So what exactly do we do? So for the most part, we are mandating businesses that have certain threshold of chemicals to disclose their hazardous materials through a state website, and we receive that information, both the company information as well as the hazardous materials inventory and other related materials for our review, and we will go on site to do an inspection to verify that information. So information such as the chemical volume, the type of chemicals that are on site, how they're handling it in terms of their emergency response spill notification processes, as well as basic hazardous materials training. We look for those informations among any of the businesses that we are required to inspect. We also investigate hazardous materials related incidents and complaints, and we also respond to hazardous materials emergencies alongside with law and fire departments. In a nutshell, CUPA is an administrative program that monitors and also makes sure that regulations are applied evenly to different businesses that store and handle hazardous materials and hazardous waste. So focusing on GKN in this particular site, we do regulate them for hazardous materials and hazardous waste management, and we are overseeing their current work in terms of cleaning up the site as the result of the emergency. We are coordinating with South Coast AQMD as well as Department of Toxic Substances Control by reviewing various cleanup plans that GKN has provided, and also we're supporting any logistical needs such as assisting in permitting and also working with the state to ensure that the cleanup process is as fast as it can be. And of course, we're updating our messaging through our website at occupainfo.com. That's occupainfo.com. And I understand that there are some questions in regards to timing, and we are following very closely with the model that we have adopted through OCFA's Incident Command. We're operating on a 2-week operational period. We have goals and objectives to ensure that the cleanup process there are check boxes that we're making sure that they're getting done, contracts are being signed, plans are being reviewed, and also making sure the contractors are licensed to do the work. And so among all of those things, it does take some time to review and to vet and verify the information on site. As you know, and this is a very unique situation, and so we're taking the extra time that it needs to ensure that all of the safety precautions are in place to ensure the safety of our community and our workers. Thank you for your time, and please let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you very much for your update this evening. We do have a few questions. Councilman?
Yeah, thank you for the quick update. I know that you mentioned about taking time, but my question to you that based on what you've seen, how long do you think it's gonna be before you have some kind of report, the material gonna be taken care of?
Thank you. That's a really critical question, and we're taking it by phases. And right now, we are operating at a 2-week operational period where we're working with the businesses, reviewing those plans. After each phase, we're gonna assess what the next phase is gonna look like. And we have really several weeks to look at this issue because it does take a lot of time and special equipment that has to be ordered and delivered on site to get those work done.
Thank you. So based on your past activity or experience, did you have to handle something similar like this in the past?
Unfortunately, this has been quite a challenge, and this is very unique. I have not had this type of situation happen where we have a type of waste that ultimately was rendered safely by OCFA, but the cleanup is quite extensive. And so very atypical, where I have been involved with oil spills and other things that it's very, there are lots of special companies that do that kind of work. In this particular case, there are very few companies that do the work, and we're looking for the best to do this work and get it done as quickly as possible.
Thank you.
Councilman?
Thank you for your coming here and giving us an update. Appreciate all the information we can get. The idea is to get the information out to the public as much as possible. And you've given us a website, OCCUPAinfo.com. So I hope that you are able to disclose a lot of the information that you present to us today. Timelines, I asked for timelines. You've given us 2 weeks, and we're expecting some progress by that time, and the cleanup is moving forward. Do we know where these materials will be removed to? Do you have an answer to that?
So earlier in the first week of cleanup, we did remove about 4,500 gallons of neutralized or stabilized MMA, and that did go to East Liverpool in Ohio. And it went to a licensed EPA permitted site for destruction.
So we know that it's been removed to a landfill or a certified place where it's disposed of properly, and it's not going to be somewhere that's a danger to the public.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, for the rest of the project, if the compliance hasn't happened within the timeline that we're calling for, is there enforcement action? Do you have police powers to cite? I know you're an administrative program. Can you issue citations?
The answer is yes, we have enforcement powers. It is through an administrative hearing, or there is an option to take it to our local district attorney's office.
So there are resources and actions that you can take to enforce if the compliance is at issue, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. And lastly, are there federal agencies that you're coordinating with? I know you're working with AQMD. There are other agencies that you are also working with to also implement the same program, if not in coordination with each other?
Yes, and because of the type of material, the waste that is generated, the MMA, it is federally listed as a hazardous waste. So I am working with federal EPA, along with our state Cal EPA in coordination with DTSC to get this cleaned up.
Thank you very much. And lastly, would you have any say in the same chemical or other hazardous material like MMA returning to the site? Do you have any say to that? Do you regulate that, or do you have certain requirements, check boxes, like you say, checklists that you go through? If all of these materials are removed and then they're replenished, they're going to be brought back on site. Do you have any regulatory monitoring or requirements of them in order for them to do that in the future?
So in terms of my authority, it's really at the disclosure level. Whether or not a item is allowed to be on site or not, that is up to other jurisdictions. One of which could be local ordinance or state special rules. But in terms of the allowance of it, I don't have any authority over that. I only have it after it's been allowed to be on site, and then it must be disclosed.
So yes, thank you. So your responsibilities is rather limited to the disposal and the regulating of it once it is on site, but not necessarily what you don't have a say in whether they can resupply or bring it back. That's not in your jurisdiction.
Correct.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Anyone else have any questions? One second, I'm gonna go to Councilman Aristegi and then I will head back to you.
Wonderful. Now, Councilmember Dovin mentioned the types of penalties and fines that you could impose on them if there are any forms of wrongdoing, if there's any kinds of shortcuts that you see taking place. Could you give us an example of what types of fines and penalties they could face if you see them
Sure.
breaking any rules?
So it's in law. It's hazardous waste control law, and it's also in California Code of Regulations, Title 22. For hazardous waste violations, it can go up to $70,000 per day per violation.
And you mentioned this 2-week operational period. Is this 2-week period a standard in the industry, or is this something that you have come to put together as a result of this emergency in this case? Is this an industry norm?
It's very unique to this situation, and we have had past situations where it has lasted several months. And but in order for us to have a good cadence, I believe what the fire department has set out is a good model, and we're following that.
Okay. And you mentioned that this information is available at OCCUPA.info.com, but is the layout of this plan public facing and available for the members of our public to see and stay up to date with?
I have to check back with the group. I don't believe that information is out, because it's a live information that's constantly being updated every day. And so I have to get back to you in terms of that answer.
I do think that for our community, it is very important for them to have a general idea of what next steps look like, for them to understand what's going on with all of these materials going forward. Any kind of transparency with this process would be very important and beneficial in order for us to address their concerns, maintain public trust. In addition, you mentioned that about 4,500 gallons have already been sent over to Ohio. How many remaining gallons are left, and will they also be transported to Ohio?
So I do know that there are still several thousand gallons on site, and the final destination is still being worked out at this point. There are various, throughout the country, there are various sites that can take this, and we're looking into what would be best for the operation.
Okay. Thank you.
1 second, we're gonna go to our Mayor Pro Tem and then to you, Philip.
Yeah, so the neutralized MMA that I guess you're overseeing the removal of at this point, OCFA neutralized it. Is there any, once it's been neutralized, is there any danger to the community during the removal process?
In terms of our operations, we are ensuring that the safety is the priority. And so the danger of it is really restricted to the operation of the removal. There is no danger to the community.
So if I smell a whiff of fruity smell, there's absolutely no danger in me smelling that.
That's correct. We did mention that in a public information bulletin. There could be the possibility of smelling some fruity smell, but in terms of the concentration, we're monitoring that along with AQMD using air monitoring devices, and we have set parameters at the center of the operation, all the way extending out to the community to ensure that that level never reaches to any levels that would become a concern.
And that's going to the air monitors. That's kind of what my next question was going to be. So do you have a plan in place should the threshold go beyond what you consider safe, to make notifications into the community, that kind of stuff? Is there a plan in place?
Yeah, there is a plan in place, and we're really focused on what's immediate there, and that notification, those decisions are made based on the immediate area where we have the workers there, and then onto the fence line, and then onto the community area where we're roaming to detect any hazards.
Who makes that decision? Is it going to be your Coupa, or does GKN make that decision if it's above the threshold?
Well, it's set out in a plan that's in concurrence with AQMD as well as the healthcare agency.
Yeah, but that doesn't answer the question. Who makes the decision? Who's going to make the call to say we're going to implement this plan now if it goes above the safe limit?
Well, the threshold is established along with AQMD, so AQMD sets out those thresholds, and the operation, I'm in charge of the operation.
So you're the one that would make the call?
Yes.
Okay, so it wouldn't be the company deciding, oh, we're not going to stir the pot anymore or anything like that. That would all fall on your lap if it exceeded the safety thresholds.
Yes, and I would have to consult with AQMD to make sure those thresholds are the correct thresholds.
Because you're the buck stops here guy, right? So,
Yes.
because I get emails almost daily, especially when the first cleanup started. I could smell it. Why didn't they evacuate us? What, you know? And so I think there's a lot of concern in the community
Yeah.
of, you know, that potential going down again. And so I just wanted to make sure that everybody was aware
Yes.
that, and very good. Thank you.
Yeah, and I just want you to know that we are aware of that particular issue, and we're actually addressing that particular issue to try to eliminate any type of smell.
Thank you.
Thank you for the update information. In Coupa regulation, is there how much a limitation of a maximum amount of MMA a company in Orange County can obtain?
Maximum amount of penalty?
MMA amount.
Oh, MMA amount, the amount stored. So there isn't a maximum amount that the law prescribed. There is a minimum that is required for us to get involved in terms of disclosing the information. So that liquid amount is 55 gallons, but it can go quite high.
Oh,
And there's no state law that caps that.
okay. So actually, your agency allowed the company go as much as they want to.
The state law does not give me the power to cap it.
I see. That's a good information. Thank you.
Sure.
I just want to close this report out, basically that again, thank you for coming here, and we are in this with you together. So, is there anything you need of us as a city council in the Garden Grove City? Anything you need of us in collaboration? Do you have full access to the GKN facilities where the incident and the material that's involved? Are you comfortable that you have full and complete disclosure from them and access in order to perform your duties in the disposal and the making sure that the danger has been mitigated? If there's anything you need from us, please let us know.
Thank you so much, and I really appreciate the support and the support that I've gotten from your city manager, Lisa, and assistant manager, Matt, and also your PIO in terms of coordinating the messaging and making sure that we're delivering the message as clear as possible, as quickly as possible to keep everyone safe. Thank you.
I did have a question. What is the capacity like when I know it's going to take several weeks for the transfer, for it to be transferred? Will it be separate? Do you know the capacity of each vehicle or engine that's going to be? Is it going to be 3 separate times? Is it going to be all one operation, different engines? Can you tell us a little bit more details in regards?
What I can tell you is that, first of all, we're still working out the plans.
Okay.
What I can tell you is that we are being cautious, doing one batch at a time to ensure that it's done safely, and it will be done through multiple days.
And the capacity of the engine to hold the chemical, do you know?
So we're using containers, specialized containers that are specified to hold MMA, and those containers can be up to 300 gallons per one tote.
Alrighty. Thank you so much for all the information. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Sir, we appreciate you coming out tonight. Thank you. Thank you, colleagues, for your robust conversation and for your report out. OCCoupainfo.com for the public to hear more about everything that they're doing at GKN, and for the information you shared. I'm sure all of that will be able to be found there as time goes on.
Yes,
Thank you very much. City Manager, is that the last of that update for this evening?
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, we'll move on with our presentations. Item number 2 is a community spotlight in recognition of first responders, city employees, and response partners for their service during the Western incident and recovery efforts. And our Assistant City Manager, Ursula Luna Minosa, will provide that report.
If I may, Madam Mayor, I wanted to say a few words to our residents in our community who is not here with us today. Our chambers is filled with an extraordinary group of men and women who stepped up during an unprecedented moment in our Garden Grove history. And tonight we have the privilege and honor to really celebrate and recognize each of you for all you've done to keep our community safe. And I personally, as your city manager, thank each and every one of you that spent the Memorial Day weekend away from your family to just bring everyone home safely. And so I'll turn it over to Ursula to recognize everyone in the audience, but you have my thanks for all you do.
You, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Tonight, the City Council is honored to recognize individuals for their exceptional service during the Western incident and the ongoing recovery efforts. These individuals represent every single department in the city and the Orange County Fire Authority. On May 21st, Garden Grove and neighboring communities faced a significant incident that required an immediate, coordinated response. Without hesitation, these dedicated professionals answered the call. They worked around the clock to help protect lives, safeguard public health, provide critical information, maintain city operations, and support community members during a time of uncertainty. Their work demonstrated the strength of collaboration, professionalism, and public service. Through long hours, rapidly changing conditions, and complex challenges, they remained focused on the safety and well-being of our community. Because this was a citywide effort, we will recognize individuals by department. As your name is called, please stand and remain standing. We ask the audience to please hold your applause until each department has been recognized. From Community Development, Hong Lee, Aaron Hodson, Mary Martinez, Kenneth Lee, David Dent, Rafael Avila, Christian Farmer. From Community Services, Sarah Baird, Mark Freeman, Dana Sacido, Jerry Erarte, Elaine May, Jesus Medina, John Montanchez, Janet Paleo, Jeff Van Sickle. From the City Manager's Office, Jonathan Garcia, Antonio Chacon, Liz Vasquez, Diana Serrato, Andrea Vital, Juan Munoz. From Economic Development and Housing, Monica Covarrubias, Timothy Throne. Actually, I noticed there's two individuals missing from this from the Housing Authority. From Public Works, Edgar Cano, Erica Dominguez, Michael Horado, Mark Khalil, Mark Ladney, Raul Leva, Janet Lim, Heidi Poe, Michael Rocha, Sergio Rualas, Ricardo Saldivar, William Soto, Joseph Trujillo, Eric Vega, Stephen Marquise. From Human Resources, Caitlin Stevenson. From Financial Management, Sebastian Rodriguez. We would like to thank the entire Garden Grove Police Department staff, led by Chief Amir Alfara. And last but certainly not least, from the Orange County Fire Authority, we convey our gratitude to Chief Craig Covey and Battalion Chief Craig Tooley, Engine 82, Hazmat 20, Hazmat 220, Hazmat 79. To every person recognized tonight, thank you. Your dedication reflects the very best of public service and the resilience of our community. Please join us in a round of applause for all of these outstanding individuals. As recovery efforts continue, the Garden Grove City Council extends its sincere appreciation for your service, commitment, and continued support as our community moves forward. Thank you.
Now we can stand up.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, if I may, I know our central management, our department directors, and Sean Park, I know you're hiding back there. If they can join in a photo with the council, that would be wonderful. During the establishment of a local emergency order, I relied on our department directors to really support some delivery of resources, and they stepped up to that task. So thank you so much. If we can include them as well.
I think we're going to do it the opposite. We're going to go down there, and we're going to have someone come up here to take the photo.
May go that way.
Yep, 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 yep. Or both ways. We're going to have a seat. Yeah, have a seat. Come sit. Yeah, sit. Otherwise, we're going to be blocking out. How about you? Yeah, would you just come here? You saw my lead. You want to crouch on either side? Here, go another chair. Ariana, you want another chair there? I'm like, I can then we'll be in front of you. Yeah, we're blocking. Joe? We need Joe. Want to grab another chair? I can go split seats with it. Okay, yeah. Joe, you're going to have to share with them. I'll share with them. Here's to us. You can sit on my knee. Let's get cozy. Yeah. And this one have Lucille? Yes. Good. I'll eat it this late. He'll send it to us. Oh, he's got it. Yeah, he'll send it. Yeah. I was in a fraternity. I can make anything work. They okay, never mind.
Chair?
Good, good. Because I want to talk.
Okay.
There we go.
You gotta go wide. You gotta go really wide.
All right, everyone ready? Yeah. 3, 2, 1. And I'll be taking on multiple phones as well.
This is literally photographic evidence of occupancy violations.
Oh no. It's okay, the ones that can cite us are here.
Yeah, very good.
They're gonna close this down.
Okay, third phone. Sorry, I got one more phone left to go.
Is yours up there?
And one more phone after this one.
Yours up there? You send me?
All right, thank you guys so much.
Thank you. I know you take the best pictures. They're so clear and bright. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Like we did for COVID. People put in their shadow boxes while they retire. We did it for COVID.
I'm going to go ahead and call a 5-minute recess. All right, we'll go ahead and reconvene. We just wanted to give everyone time. We had quite a few city employees here this evening. We are still in presentations. This will take us into item 3.
Item 3 this evening is Community Spotlight in recognition of Garden Grove Gems winners and runners-up. An Assistant City Manager will read that Community Spotlight.
Tonight, the Garden Grove City Council is honored to recognize the district winners and runners-up of the city's home beautification program, Garden Grove Gems. At this time, I'd like to invite all the Garden Grove Gem winners and runner-up present to please come forward and remain at the front for a group photo following the presentation. Please. Earlier this evening, the mayor and city council hosted a brief reception to meet and congratulate the 13 honorees representing the city's 6 districts. Now in its 5th year, Garden Grove Gems celebrates residents whose homes exemplify outstanding curb appeal and community pride. During the month of April, Garden Grove homeowners were invited to self-nominate their homes online by submitting a recent photo of their front yards. In May, community members voted for their favorite homes in each of the city's 6 districts. This year, the District 2 winner joins the Hall of Fame after winning for the 3rd time. We commend these homeowners for their dedication and hard work in maintaining beautiful properties that enhance our neighborhoods and contribute to the pride and character of our community. Congratulations to all of our Garden Grove Gems winners and runners-up for helping keep Garden Grove looking its very best. Congratulations.
Gotta get those angles. All right, we're good.
Thank you all so much.
All right, we will now move into presentation number 4.
This evening, item number 4 is a Community Services Summer Program Update. And we have Community Services Manager Mark Freeman here to provide the report.
Thank you, Liz. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. It's my pleasure to be here tonight to present the Community Services Summer Department update for our programs and services. As you know, summer is one of the busiest times of year for our department. We have a lot of exciting programs and events planned for the community, so tonight I'd like to highlight some of the major activities taking place throughout the summer. To begin, the first area I'd like to discuss is the programming of our departments, of what our department is offering to celebrate the 250th anniversary of our nation's founding. The celebration begins tomorrow, actually, when the Senior Center hosts a USA 250th themed summer barbecue over at the Senior Center from 2 to 4. Then this Thursday on June 25th, the City of Garden Grove and the City and the Garden Grove Community Foundation will present a special USA 250 themed summer concert featuring the local fan favorite band, The Answer. The Garden Grove Police Department Honor Guard will present the colors, and last year's Voice of Garden Grove winner will perform the national anthem. And attendees will receive commemorative USA 250 giveaways, obviously while supplies last. Those will go fast. Next week, our summer day camp program will feature a special USA themed week with activities, games, and crafts centered around our nation's history and heritage. And then on June 30th, city staff and volunteers from our project sponsors, Edgemore and Clark Construction, will install a special display of 250 American flags in front of the iconic clock tower at Village Green Park. Some USA 250 banners will also be installed on the clock tower, and the newly installed lighting system will illuminate the tower in red, white, and blue throughout the month of July. On July 3rd, we will host an additional movie in the park at Edgar Park. This is the first time we've held a movie in the park or this type of event at that location, so we're excited to host that, and we're going to be showing the movie Captain America. And to conclude our USA 250 celebrations, the Senior Center will host an additional movie day featuring the movie National Treasure on July 21st. Moving on, in partnership with the Garden Grove Community Foundation, the 2026 Summer Concert Series began just last week on June 18th and will continue through the dates that you see on the screen here up through July 30th. All the concerts will be held from 6:30 to 8:30 at Eastgate Park. And returning on July 9th is the popular Voice of Garden Grove competition, where local high school students will compete for the title of the 2026 Voice of Garden Grove. And the winner will receive a $500 scholarship, and an additional $500 will be donated to their high school's choir. Now, one of the most popular summer programs that we offer in the city is our aquatics program. We offer Red Cross certified group, semi-private, and private swim lessons for all ages. The summer programming is being offered primarily at Magnolia Park and Gary Hart Pool at Eastgate Park. The Woodbury Park Pool project is nearing completion, so with construction expected to finish sometime in August. Once the facility opens, we plan to significantly expand our aquatics offerings. One of the biggest changes will be the transition to a year-round aquatics program. In the past, we've only had aquatics in the summer, and now we'll be transitioning to a year-round program. And our goal is to offer even more advanced swim lessons, year-round lap swim, a junior lifeguard program, splash ball, which is kind of a beginner water polo, water aerobics, and a competitive youth swim team. Again, that's our goal. So we will, as the programs develop, we'll kind of roll those out over the course of the year. Moving on, obviously there's a lot of info on this slide. I'm not going to cover everything on here, but this is for anyone who needs to reference it, and it can all be found on our website as well. But our summer aquatic season began on June 1st and runs through August 6th. We offer family swim sessions on the days and times listed on the screen there, and also we have pool rentals also available throughout the season. Now, moving on to our summer camp program, we have Camp Grove, which has returned to Edgar Park and will be operating through August 7th, just before school begins. The camp features weekly excursions, arts and crafts, outdoor games, cookouts, and a variety of other activities designed to keep participants active and engaged throughout the summer. Our camp hours are from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday, for children ages 5 to 12. And there are still spots available for anyone who's interested, or has children that age like to participate. Now, our summer Parks and Rec guide was released last month in May. It includes many programs that I've shared tonight, along with more than 70 recreation classes available to the community throughout the summer. But some of the classes that we do offer include adaptive recreation programs such as All Ability Soccer and District 42 Challenger Baseball. We have special interest classes including Young Rembrandt's Art, Mad Science, and Anime Drawing. And sports and fitness programs for all ages include pickleball, kids yoga, adult fitness classes, martial arts, and much more. And as I said earlier, everything on the Parks and Rec guide can be found on our website, online at ggparksandrec.com. Again, that's ggparksandrec.com. You can find all that and everything else that I'll be talking about tonight. Next, I'd like to highlight some of the many programs available at our Garden Grove Senior Center. As you can see, the Senior Center offers a wide variety of activities ranging from Tai Chi, chair yoga, to mobile literacy classes. Of course, there's popular daily activities such as bingo, billiards, and the lunch cafe continues to be offered, and is one of the favorites of our center. Now, the Senior Center also has several special events planned for this summer. As I mentioned earlier, the USA 250 Movie Day featuring the movie National Treasure will take place on July 21st at 9:30 a.m. The annual Duffy Boat excursion is also scheduled for July 21st giving participating seniors the opportunity to enjoy a relaxing cruise through the scenic waterways of Newport Beach. The Senior Center will also be celebrating its 50th anniversary on August 5th by commemorating 50 years of friendship, community, and memories. And then the summer concludes with their annual luau titled Aloha Party on August 27th from 4:30 to 7:30, where guests will enjoy dinner, dessert, and live entertainment, music, and dancing. Moving on to our Family Resource Centers at Magnolia Park and Buena Clinton. The Family Resource Centers offer several summer programs. The Magnolia Park Family Resource Center will host its summer camp from July 6th through July 24th for children entering 1st through 5th grades. Magnolia Park will also host 2 pop-up resource events for parents and children ages 0 to 5, or I guess for children 0 to 5 and their families, on July 8th as well as July 22nd. And then off to the right on the screen, the Buena Clinton Family Resource Center is currently operating its summer day camp program through July 23rd, also for students entering 1st through 6th grade. Now, to wrap up our summer, we will be returning to the historic Main Street on August 7th for our final movie in the park, held in partnership with the weekly Main Street Car Show. This year's featured film will be Wicked for Good, the sequel to last summer's movie on Main Street. The movie will begin at 8:30 p.m. That evening. And lastly, we are excited to bring back the popular Foods of Garden Grove live event on Friday, September 25th at Village Green Park. This event showcases Garden Grove's outstanding restaurants and cafes through a unique tasting experience for the community. This year, we plan to once again feature an expanded family fun zone, the popular neon light on the dark experience, and even more Instagram-worthy photo opportunities. For updates and a list of participating restaurants as they become available, you can go to a new website titled just fog.live. That's it, fog.live, for all information about the Foods Garden Grove live event. And that concludes my report, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
It's a great summer lineup. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You have a question? Yeah.
Yes. Before I start my question, just want to say thank you so much for all the event that you have. For the businesses out there, I know that last year we have a great food tasting event. So for businesses that missed last year, this is your opportunity to sign up again. My question relates to the concert event. When you have it every year, I always try to participate. I love it, seeing the community come together, kids dancing and having fun. But look at the schedule this year. Everything was in West Garden Grove. And I know that I received several emails and text messages from residents in kind of around Garden Grove Park. They said that we would love to see at least maybe one event at that location. So please keep that in consideration for next time. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to second my colleague Cindy's commentary, as we have had a history of also doing events closer to the middle of the city. I know we've also even had some community concerts in collaboration with our friends at the Elks Lodge, and even recently we've had some events over as far as Hastur Basin. My concerns has more to do with the lineup because it's just, I mean, no comment. But yeah. Yeah.
Yes?
Thank you for the update information. As you know, some kids like to swim. So my concern is the pool availability may be tight as because Woodbury Park is still not done yet, right?
Correct.
Yeah, so it has been closed during the renovation and expansion project, which shift a lot of demand to other parks like Magnolia Park. And is there anything that we can prepare to for the safety or lifeguard for the kid at this point? Because the demand is higher to other pool.
So, to answer your question, we follow all the Red Cross certified mandates when it comes to participants and number of lifeguards per ratios. So we always have 2 lifeguards on duty at all times for the first 50 people, and then for every 25 people after that, we have an additional lifeguards, which is the certified kind of mandated amount that we're supposed to have, and we have a good number of guards that will go on a rotation basis to make sure they're always fresh and they rotate throughout the day and have all their mandated breaks and all that stuff. So we are up to standard and code when it comes to our lifeguard situations, and we feel it's as safe as it should be.
How about the classes quality?
We keep with the same ratios depending on the age of the group. It's the younger the age, the smaller the group is, and it's I believe we go up to 6 participants per guard, and every swim instructor is also a certified lifeguard as well. So, when you have those pools filled with the swim lessons, it's there's a lot of kids in the pool, but we have multiple lifeguards, and every instructor in the water as well is also a guard. And we'll usually overstaff when we're completely sold out.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
My main concern is just about the safety.
Yes.
Because
yes.
the number
It's-
of the kids
it's-
going to be crowded in Magnolia and my area.
Yeah, it's definitely it's safety is our number one concern when it comes to the pools. Has to be because of the aquatics. You're dealing with water, and we take it very seriously. And we have our capacities, and once we reach those numbers, we don't go past them.
Yeah, anything that you need help, your department need help, please let us know, and we'll do anything we can to support you.
Will do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, that will take us into oral communication, and as we move to open the floor for public comments, we ask that you keep your comments respectful and within a 2-minute time limit. Any person making impertinent, slanderous, or profane remarks, or who becomes boisterous while addressing the city council, will be called to order. If the conduct continues, you'll be barred from addressing the city council any further and removed from the meeting. Madam Clerk, please call the cards.
First speaker is Steve Carlin.
Madam Mayor, City Council members, members of the General Garden Grove community, my name is Steve Carlin, and I'm here representing GKN Aerospace. It's good to be back with you again this evening. Conscious of the quick time that I have, so I'm going to give a quick update of the site. I have a lot of things to get through, so I have a bit of a cheat sheet. As you may have noticed, there have been more activity at the plant in the last couple of days. This includes assessments specifically related to the incident, which are taking place in one small corner of the site. However, the overwhelming majority of our employees work in unaffected parts of the site or on processes entirely unrelated to the incident that occurred. Many of these highly skilled colleagues have been returning to their jobs in recent days, some to finish shipping goods, and others checking equipment and resetting production lines. To be clear, none of the work being undertaken involves MMA, which has been on pause since the incident. As you heard from me previously, Garden Grove is vitally critical to aviation across the U.S. and internationally. So we are excited to start initial work to get back to delivering products to the world that needs them. As we are getting back to work, safety remains our paramount priority and concern. As such, we are collaborating closely with a long list of regulators and other authorities, including US EPA, Cal OSHA, and many others. All of this is to ensure every step to reset the site is done safely and with the appropriate oversight. In the meantime, air monitoring continues at the fence line and continues to show no elevated readings. In the surrounding community, both daily sampling and stationary monitoring continues at designated sites, and all the measures in place confirm that the site, our employees, and the residents remain safe. Finally, when I was here 2 weeks ago, I promised that we would host a community meeting. I will provide an update as soon as I have more information. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Alex Ramirez.
Hello. I'm Alex Ramirez. I'm also from GKN. I'm an inspector for GKN and a shop steward or union rep for the members of Teamsters 952. I spoke at the last council meeting, and the people behind me and in the overflow room, we're all here from GKN workers. Right here, we're all members here from GKN. For the past month, all we've heard is that we make WMDs. In truth, all we make are windows. Let me ask you, have you ever flown on at all in the last year, 2 years? More than likely, I inspected your window. My wife inspected your window. My friends inspected your guys' windows. These are whole families that work here. Some of the people that work for people that some people who work for families back home. As a Teamster, normally I would only defend the members of 952, but it would be remiss of me if I also didn't speak for everyone from the people that clean and coat these windows, to my spouse who inspects them before they leave the facility, to the engineers who make sure we give the best quality windows, to the supervisors and directors that oversee everything that leaves the facility, to the HR department, alongside with the union that has taken care of all the members during this time of uncertainty. Today I stand and I tell you 500 GKN employees are wanting to get back to work to a facility you guys deem dangerous, yet we've come to tell you it's the safest job we've had. A job we all take pride in what we do. GKN has provided for us a future for our families and the people that have been working there for 40 years to 1 year of service here. I just want to say thank you guys for hearing me out, and thank you to 952.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Kenny Lee. Kenny Lee.
Hi, City Council. I'm Kenny Lay, a incoming PhD student in American Studies and Ethnicity at USC, a Coastline College worker and a Viet Arts member, an organization that's here to support our Vietnamese working class community members. I'm urging the City Council to institute a moratorium on weapons and chemical manufacturers by the next City Council meeting. So when a temporary moratorium was first brought up for discussion, we were told that the city needs more information, that the city needs staffing capacity. I agree with that. And let's be clear, we get our time with a temporary and immediate moratorium. How can we figure out a plan to both protect GKN's workers and protect our community from dangerous chemicals that produce weapons without also ensuring that we stop the looming threat of GKN possibly expanding its chemical production of MMA by double? There's precedence for these immediate moratoriums here in Orange County. On December 20th, 2023, the City Council adopted an ordinance establishing a 45-day moratorium prohibiting new substance abuse treatment centers. They then extended the moratorium to a year to, quote, provide staff with sufficient time to study and analyze possible regulations, identify appropriate locations, and determine the process for approval of substance abuse treatment centers. So, if we are able to issue moratoriums on substance abuse treatment centers, to give ourselves sufficient time to gather information, we can impose a moratorium on this public health emergency to do the same. Let me be clear. As community members, as students, workers, families, our goals are all the same. We cannot rely on GKN's executives to protect us. We want to both protect our workers in GKN, out of GKN, while getting weapons out of our communities. We can only do this through our solidarity with each other. Thank you so much.
Next speaker, Alex Freeman. Next speaker, Alex Freeman. After Alex, we'll have Cecilia Frackenfield, and after Cecilia will be Karen Nguyen. Alex Freeman.
Before you begin, sir, I'm going to remind everyone about being boisterous in the council chambers. That includes the snapping. So that could, if that could stop, please. Thank you.
Hi, I'm here representing myself as an OC resident. I don't necessarily speak for any organization. Having said that, I think one of my comrades there is correct that we need to have a rapid moratorium on the continued presence of weapons manufacturers in Garden Grove and Orange County beyond. If you have a bomb in your backyard or a tank of toxic poison gas, you know, you can think about what the best approach is to manage that, but the first order of business is getting it out and making sure that new tanks are not introduced. And additionally, if that tank is being used to, say, make weapons to kill people in the Middle East on behalf of a genocidal state, maybe it's better to not have it yet again. So please, I ask of you, think about think about the safety of your residents, think about the safety of people abroad. This is just profit seeking behavior for people who don't really have any regard for human lives. That's all I have. Thank you.
Next speaker, Cecilia Fragmentfield.
Good evening, members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Cecilia, and I'm an organizer with Sunrise Orange County and a Garden Grove community member. I'm here tonight to urge you to protect us by bringing forward an emergency ordinance that will halt all GKN permits and establish a residential buffer zone for future hazardous facilities by the next city council meeting. 50,000 people were told to drop everything and flee from their homes. 50,000 people who had to work, survive, and keep each other standing in the face of devastation. 50,000 worlds were turned upside down overnight by GKN's reckless negligence in service of corporate greed. We are past the point of acknowledging this chemical crisis should have never happened. With every SoCal AQMD violation JKN committed for over a decade, it proved time and time again that this company only ever prioritized short-term profits. To GKN, those 50,000 people weren't even an afterthought. Now the question is, will you make Garden Grove safer for us in the wake of this disaster? The community needs more than a ceremony to recover from this. We need answers, accountability, and we need to establish legal frameworks so this will never happen again. The city of Garden Grove presides over this land, not GKN, and we need you to act like it. Change zoning regulations to prohibit dangerous materials manufacturers from threatening to blow up our backyards. If the city can ban pickle and sausage production for being a nuisance, then you should have no issue banning weapons manufacturers for the flagrant moral and safety risks they pose to our community. The fact that no one was hurt, no homes or schools or lives were destroyed in an explosion is a mere accident of luck. The risk this company posed to our lives and health is greater than any economic benefit or job they might provide. The company has proven that it is irresponsible, reckless, negligent, and untrustworthy. I believe you well know that Garden Grove has suffered enough at the hands of GKN. We need you to act now. Thank you.
Next speaker, Karen Nguyen. Following Karen, we'll have Trina Armstrong, Dwight Hua, and Connor Brody. Karen Nguyen.
Hi, my name is Karen, and I live in District 1. I was an evacuee. In the last meeting, the council asked if GKN plans to continue holding the MMA chemical in their Garden Grove facility. GKN Vice President Steve Carlin said it's too early in the investigations to draw any conclusions, but we'll keep everyone posted. What do you mean? That's sort of like a crazy take, right? Like, this chemical almost caused oblivion. Homes, businesses, and schools could have been destroyed. 50,000 people could have died or had permanent lung damage for life. Also, the donation of $3 million to the OC Community Resilience Fund is only 0.06% of their 2025 annual revenue of $4.7 billion. They could afford to fully compensate everyone impacted. To choose to not remove a dangerous chemical in a densely populated area and choose to not compensate everyone, it shows how much they care more about money than about the people who live here. They do not care about community, our city, our health, or our well-being. Garden Grove City Council, thank you for listening to us during these meetings. I know it's really hard. I know that we're like a broken record, but we're really relying on you to be our voice and our power. We don't want this happening again, not to us, not to anyone in this country, and not to anyone in the world. GKN, you don't get to keep dangerous chemicals here and fail to comply with regulations again and again, and have the audacity to ask to continue and expand operations. Please reject any permits related to GKN Aerospace ongoing facility expansion in Garden Grove. Please require GCAN to remove any and all dangerous chemicals from the facility and continue demanding that GCAN fully compensates all impacted residents. Thank you so much.
Trina Armstrong.
Lovely. Current council, excuse me, kings and queens, because I know you want decorum inside of here. To the community members that are being segregated in the other room, I'm here again to make this sweet and simple for all of you. Because apparently the current council doesn't understand how to stand on business. Apparently y'all don't know how to stand on business when it comes to representing your community and represent your constituents, especially in comparison to representing multi-million-dollar companies. Yeah, y'all don't really know how to stand on business when it comes to that. All of these loopholes that y'all are going through to protect a multi-billion-dollar company is crazy. It's really, let me not say that. It's really freaking simple to me. That's decorum. It's really simple to me. People not profit, planet not profit, because if the roles were reversed, and if any one of these people did anything to harm over 40,000 different residents, all of you will be calling for them to be put under the jail. But when it comes to a multi-billion-dollar company, everybody want to be twirling their fingers, acting like we need to have more conversations. We need different outcomes for this. So, with that being said, they should not be allowed in this community. And I already know none of y'all give a damn about their complicity in genocide. Y'all would rather stroke the egos of a power-hungry police instead of stand on business against this corporation. If you all can't do your job, step down. If you all are afraid, go to church. And lastly, with that, I yield. All power to the people.
Next speaker, Dwight Hua.
I just want to say that you guys are playing with people's lives right now. Like 50,000 people displaced is not any small matter to be asking, how are they going to pay this back? And then hear answers like, oh, we're looking into different ways to pay people back. We're looking into this, but no specific answers, no specific accountability. We need real answers, and that needs to be pressed. GKN should not be allowed to come up here and not answer your questions and get away with it. You need to demand answers to each question. Also, it's not enough to just get GKN out of Garden Grove. They need to be dismantled. They need to be shut down. Their assets need to be seized for the people to pay people back for all of this. $500 per family is not acceptable at all. There are people who have had to sleep in their cars. They don't have the money to afford a hotel when evacuating, and people have not been paid back for this. People are already struggling to survive as it is. People don't need a bomb next to their schools and next to their neighborhoods. Like, people under this system that we're all upholding are struggling to survive when we have plenty of resources for everyone. It's unacceptable and it needs to change. And you guys need to do your jobs. And if you don't do your jobs, then you're going to be voted out and you're not going to continue to be public servants, because that's what you are. So you guys need to remember that you're all public servants and you serve the people, not corporations, especially not genocidal corporations that are helping to murder people around the planet. So please think deeply about that and do better. Thank you.
Dwight Hua.
Good evening, City Council and Mayor Kloppenstein. My name is Dwight Hua. I'm a District 1 Garden Grove resident who had to evacuate during the GCAN incident and a youth programs coordinator at Viet Rise. We're here to continue to call for the city to take bold action and for accountability from GKN to be held. And it's going to be more than just payment. Our community, talking to my neighbors, they continue to feel extremely unsafe. They have a lack of trust for the safety of their future. in a town hall by the GCAN representatives that still does not have a date after 2 weeks, will not set our minds at ease when all they've done is dodge accountability and the very simple questions that the city council has had, the residents have had, they're unable to answer. So we know that GCAN will not hold themselves accountable and will always prioritize their company's interests, their bottom line and profit over the neighborhoods that it operates in. GKN, as a reminder for folks, are contracted with Lockheed Martin to manufacture transparent canopies for at least 10 F-35 aircrafts that are sent to the government of Israel to bomb Gaza and in the Middle East. These transparent canopies are developed by the MMA, the very chemical that was at the center of this leak. And these jets cannot fly without these transparent canopies. Now the city has the power to hold GCAN accountable and address the root cause of this problem, which is the military component manufacturing facilities that treat our communities as disposable for Garden Grove to Gaza. While the city cannot regulate federal defense contracts or prosecute environmental crimes, it does control how the land is used within its city boundaries. As was mentioned, the city code prohibits manufacturing of pickles and sausages, but it does not prohibit facilities storing hazardous chemicals next to homes and schools. Adopting an emergency ordinance to halt GCAN's expansion and establishing a buffer zone between homes and schools and these hazardous facilities will be the first step in protecting our communities from these ongoing harms. We demand that in the next City Council meeting, July 14th, that the City Council bring forward an emergency ordinance to halt these expansions and these permits of GCAN. Thank you.
Next speaker, Jackie Villanueva. Jackie Villanueva. After Jackie, we'll have Lindsay Ann Woodside, and following Lindsay will be Toby No.
Hi. Hello, I'm Jackie Villanueva. I am an OC community member deeply concerned about this environmental disaster that still has not had any real accountability. Instead, there is so much stalling and inadequate measures like a fund running out before everyone impacted can be compensated for their lost income and wages, which, by the way, was not even enough to cover their losses. I am here today to call upon your conscience and implore you to start serving the interests of your constituents instead of this violative corporation. I think we can all agree, unless you're a sociopath, that we need to put people, planet, and peace over profits. Operation of GKN in our community is contrary to that principle. One, they have never cared for the welfare of their people, instituting a massive layoff during holidays, leaving those who are retained overworked but underpaid. In addition, they have multiple OSHA violations, meaning they expose their workers to hazardous working conditions without proper protective gear. Second, they are a constant polluter with repeat violations of going over the allowable limits for VOCs, volatile organic compounds that pollute the air. Plastic manufacturing is a dirty industry. Who knows what they release to the waterways and contaminants to the soil? I am a mother of 2 young children, and I hope you share my sentiment in fighting for a livable, thriving planet for our children. Third, we all know that GKN supplies parts to the military-industrial complex, particularly the plexiglass used in drones and F-35s that are being used to surveil, terrorize, and bomb Palestinians. Money for these projects came from our taxes that could have funded the needs of our community instead of genocide, terrorization of our people, and destruction of our planet. The risk of letting this company operate massively outweighs the benefits. Only the corporate overlords are benefiting from its existence in this community. It's time to show the rest
Ma'am,
of the
your time's
country. Moratorium on GKN now and free Palestine.
Next speaker, Lindsay Ann Woodside. And after Lindsay will be Toby No.
Hi, my name is Lindsay Ann. My students call me Miss Woodside. I really believe in the importance of researching everything before we commit to it and even challenge ourselves in the decisions that we have already committed to, and looking at the history of everything that we're committing to, especially when it has to do with our constituents that you guys are serving. Now, I've seen an alarming lack of injustice happening in this state of California, a state that I was so proud to move to. Currently, we weren't able to handle our own mistakes of having someone removed from our ballot illegally and it had to become a federal case, which I find highly embarrassing. And in that case, we were told that the timing was too inconvenient for justice. Now, how much inconvenience and how much timing do we need to breathe? To breathe. Breathing is very urgent. I wear this shirt, it's a water protector shirt, which is a shame that that even has to be something to exist. I bring this up because this is very important to the history of what is happening now. We have had a history in this country of forgiving and trusting companies who literally poison us repeatedly. They often move state to state, making the same crimes, and we turn a blind eye to it for money. Here in SoCal, GCAN has already had a record of unlawful nitrogen oxide emissions in 2025. They also have had 10 OSHA violations between 2018 and 2026. I ask you to please look at the history of how we have permanently damaged water basins, watersheds, what next, now our air, and how urgent is it for us to breathe? How urgent is it for us to breathe? Thank you.
Toby. After Toby, we'll have Jocelyn Rubio. After Jocelyn, we'll have Remo.
Hello. All right, I think this, hopefully this is good. Hello, City Council Member Garden Grove. I'm Toby. I live in District 6 off Paloma, really close to Peters. You know, this place is my home. It's my community, and I love to just sit in my backyard and like hear the kids, you know, hang around, have a good time. It's really cool, and I always love hosting, you know, community events in my backyard. It's been a great time. But among all the things that's going on in the world that we can be focusing on individually, a lot of my peers and young people have shown up here, you know, to talk to you guys and plead and really just try to push you guys, give you the political will to make a difference. Well, we have a really awesome opportunity, quite frankly, to you know, stand for the people, stand for us, stand for and stand against companies that have repeatedly been negligent in our community and, you know, should not have a place here. And I think we really need to work together to find solutions, and that starts with that moratorium, giving us that time. My peer Kenny put it really well. That guy's a smart guy. He's going to USC. You know, we have smart people in the crowd, and we're trying to give you suggestions. I really hope you guys can listen to us, and really hope I choose to stay here because it's a great place. This is where a lot of Vietnamese community is, where a lot of Latin communities are too. So please listen to us, and please just have that emergency ordinance done. I really appreciate it. Thank you guys.
Jocelyn Rubio. Oh, go ahead, Jocelyn. Yes, Jocelyn. So you're gonna distribute that? Okay. We're gonna have Jocelyn Rubio next.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Jocelyn Rubio Melendres, and I'm here tonight on behalf of Alzheimer's Orange County, where I serve as Director of Collaborative Programs. Since 1982, Alzheimer's Orange County has been a trusted nonprofit for individuals and families affected by Alzheimer's disease and other forms of dementia. We provide brain health and dementia education, care consultations, memory screenings, support groups, adult day health services, and connections to community resources. Thank you for your continued support of our Healthy Aging Center, Acacia, here in Garden Grove, just around the corner. Our licensed adult day center provides expert care in a safe and enriching environment for older adults and individuals living with memory loss. Each day, we serve around 107 participants, helping them remain active and supported. I would also like to thank the council members who have visited our center. Your presence means a great deal to our participants, families, and staff. Over the years, our programs have served more than 32,000 individuals, and today more than 164,000 Orange County residents are living with memory loss, and the need for these services continues to grow. We remain committed to expanding and enhancing our programs to meet the evolving needs of our community. For anyone watching from home or attending tonight, we encourage you to reach out if you, a loved one, a friend, or a neighbor could benefit from information, education, or community resources. To learn more, please visit alzoc.org or call our helpline at 844-373-4400. Thank you again for your partnership and support, and have a wonderful evening. Thank you.
Next will be Remo. After Remo, we'll have Leal and Ken Tran.
Hi, my name is Remo. I work in Garden Grove, and I'm a member of the Palestinian Youth Movement. With all due respect, you wasted no time arranging yet another photo opportunity for a job well done earlier, but City Manager Lisa Kim said that you needed until the end of June to gather more information before taking decisive action to prevent that military-industrial facility, GKN, from causing another chemical crisis. You just need to understand that people are frustrated by this disconnect. Maybe I'm being too presumptive, but most of us didn't need a whole month to understand what must be done. We've been telling you all month what must be done to keep our community safe and healthy and turn the page on this dark chapter of Garden Grove history. Over 10,000 people have signed a petition to get GKN out of Garden Grove. Either way, the month is almost over, so it's time to let the rest of us know where you stand. Mayor Pro Tem Brightingham, you took a strong stand that first night when you said that a 45-day moratorium wasn't enough and that you would prefer 6 months or even longer. That attitude is commendable. But a 6-month moratorium isn't worth much to us if it takes us months and years to fight you all for it. It's your constituents whose lives were most affected by GKN's antics, and we need you to take a leadership role. That also goes for Council Members Nguyen and Council Member Tran, representing the next closest districts. Will you side with the mega corporation with a history of regulatory noncompliance and continue to look the other way as they throw their workers and our neighbors under the bus? Or will you set an example for what real leadership ought to look like in the wake of a military-industrial disaster? If we don't see a motion for a moratorium on the table at the next City Council meeting, we will know which side you chose. Thank you.
Next, we have Lyall.
Good evening, council members, and good evening, community members. My name is Layal, and I'm here as a concerned community member. A payout donation to affected residents does not keep our community safe. A fine or penalty from CUPPA, as much as it was discussed tonight, does not undo the damage GKN has done and does not prevent future harm that GKN causes. At every city council meeting since the chemical crisis began, your constituents have packed this room and begged you as our representatives to take action to protect our futures. We are demanding the Garden Grove City Council take immediate actions and bring forward an emergency ordinance by the next council meeting on July 14th, which is within their power to do, that rezones land near neighborhoods and schools to prohibit any new facilities like GKN and other facilities with harmful chemicals from expanding their current facilities near our schools, our homes, our neighbors. We have seen no action, no movement towards progress, accountability, or support for the thousands of people affected. Your constituents are still recovering from the turmoil you have that GKN has put them through, and all you're doing is discussing potential fines and honoring city officials and first responders. This is a matter of our public health, our safety, our financial stability, and it cannot be resolved with GKN still operating in our community. GKN is playing with our lives. Residents should not have to work at a facility that poses a danger to themselves and likely to their families. All workers in Garden Grove deserve accountability from GKN. We don't want any more delays, any more excuses. You, as the city council, have all the necessary information and power to do what is right at your fingertips. Moratorium now. Get GKN out of Garden Grove. Thank you.
Next, we have Ken Tran. Ken Tran. Following Ken Tran, we'll have Jason Pong, Summer, and after Summer, Justin.
Good evening, council members. My name is Ken. I'm with Sunrise Orange County and a lifelong resident of Little Saigon who lives right at the border of the evacuation zone during the GKN spill. I am here tonight to demand that this council bring forward an emergency ordinance by the July 14 City Council meeting to halt the GKN's expansion and permitting activities and establish a buffer zone between residential neighborhoods, school, and hazardous industrial facilities. This is within the city's powers to do, and residents cannot afford more delays. So when the evacuation orders were issued, my family and I found ourselves in a confusing and stressful situation because we live nearby the edge of the evacuation zone. Many people did not feel a strong sense of urgency. I had to beg my older family members to leave because they did not believe the danger was immediate. They ultimately chose to stay. However, after a few days, many other families likely made a similar decisions because they thought they were far enough away from the risk. As someone who's trained in environmental science, I know that this chemical crisis was not just a random accident. It's part of a larger pattern. GKN has documented a history of regulatory non-compliance, environmental violations, spills, and safety issues. The chemical spill is not simply most visible example of a company that has repeatedly demonstrated that it cannot operate responsibly in middle of residential communities. Another major concern is the lack of clear communication and accountability. Residents should not have to rely on rumors, social media, or conflicting reports to understand whether their homes, schools, and workplaces are safe. Weeks later, many residents feel like they are waiting than action. While the emergency relief funding of 500 is appreciated, my family has 10 people in it, and that is not enough for residents. Anyway, I urge the council to act before July 14, halt GKN's expansion, establish a protected buffer zone, and put the safety of our communities before corporate interests. Thank you very much.
Next speaker, Jason Dong. After Jason, we'll have Summer, and after Summer, it's Justin. Jason Dong.
Good evening, council member. My name is Jason. I live in Garden Grove with my family, and I'm with the Sunrise Movement. And I'm here to talk about GKN and the time that is wasted and not doing something or shutting down for the people who are resident of Garden Grove. As more than 40,000 people have to evacuate, and they don't know what happened or what's going to happen, as they are unprepared for something like this. As I work in the school, I have to, who are a substitute teacher, I have to evacuate many children, and they were in a panic. So panic, like sometimes they thought like people will die from this chemical. Me and my family are outside the evacuation zone, but we are also in a panic as well, as we don't have anything to evacuate or bring anything for potential shelter stay. So all I'm saying is all this could have prevented if all of you right now vote to stop any and all future manufacturers here in Garden Grove. As you all are public servants to the people, and please act like it. As we all continue to fight for accountability, as no one with any vast amount of wealth is above the law. Thank you.
Summer. Next speaker is Summer.
Good evening, City Council. GKN Aerospace's Garden Grove facility has had a history of incidents involving MMA, and the city has been aware of this, yet still allows GKN to operate with zero accountability. This year's MMA tank crisis was actually GKN's second MMA tank crisis in just the last 3 years. According to the OC Register, 200 gallons of MMA overflowed from a containment unit at GKN's facility in October 2023, and this was documented in a city hazardous spill report. That same year, GKN Aerospace also sustained a chemical fire,
and was also cited for sending white sludge into the sewer system. GKN has been sloppy with their MMA at least twice in the past 3 years. City Council, are you going to let them try for a third? Because of GKN's long history of spills, leakages, and violations, Garden Grove city officials politely ordered GKN to improve its general housekeeping in 2023. But city officials still continued to allow GKN's reckless operation in our community and still issued permits to expand this clearly hazardous facility. One of those permits was issued just 2 days before the most recent MMA tank crisis. We know that GKN will never hold itself accountable, and GKN will always prioritize its blood money over the Garden Grove community it operates in, or the children GKN helps slaughter in Palestine and across the world. No more delays, no more business as usual, while GKN remains unaccountable for the harm they've caused our community. We need action and we need answers. We demand that by July 14th, at the next City Council meeting, the City Council bring forward an emergency ordinance to halt expansion and permits for GKN and also enact a buffer zone near residential neighborhoods for any new development of this type of facility. GKN cannot be allowed to expand their facilities while causing real unmitigated harm to our community. We need an emergency ordinance to begin addressing this harm now. Thank you.
Next speaker, Justin Fan. And after Justin, we'll have Axel Jimenez. And after Axel, it's Nicole Jaimes. Justin Fan.
Greetings, Garden Grove City Council. I am Justin, a community member of Garden Grove, and I've had friends who were affected by the leak at GKN Aerospace Facility. In the face of GKN's chemical leak and their history of repeated negligence in meeting any of the regulatory or environmental laws, I urge the Council to stop GKN's planned expansion and to hold a moratorium on their current activities for the sake of your constituents. This recent spill has leaked toxic chemicals onto our neighborhoods and in the environment of Garden Grove and has displaced thousands of residents, interrupted businesses, and there are still continued reports of respiratory illnesses and skin and eye irritation, even after the situation became stable. We are going to be dealing with for years to come, and we'll have to clean up the air, soil, and water from toxic industrial chemicals, and who knows what other health and respiratory damages will occur in the decades to come. This is going to cost us millions of dollars, and who do you think is going to pay for all of this? GKN has a history of skirting maintenance, labor, and environmental laws, and they will not be helping us. The city will be forced to spend our money to pay for GKN's mess. The city of Garden Grove right now should not have to tolerate this. You have the power right now to force GKN to comply with the law like they should be doing in the first place, and I urge you to demand that they have demand more specific promises and timelines from GKN instead of accepting their vague excuses. I urge you to block all their planned expansion and to hold a moratorium on all the activities GKN plans for our community. You cannot allow them to walk away from this incident unpunished. Thank you.
Next speaker, Axel Jimenez. And after Axel, we have Nicole Jaimes.
All right. Thank you, Mayor and council members, for giving us the time to speak. I remember on the first week, on one of the weekends during the incident, I went down to Savannah High School where they were housing a lot of people that were displaced by the incident. And I remember what they were asking for: towels, sheets, children's clothes, pretty much everything, because Red Cross was, their supply line was delayed and they couldn't supply all the families there with all the aid they needed. And it was a pretty traumatic sight to see, seeing all these people kind of, having to live together and kind of try to keep sane and also keep their kids, happy at the same time, trying to make sure everyone's, calm and have all these people running around. It was chaotic. And it really impacted me. And I'm hoping that all you council members and also the mayor can do everything in your power to help the residents of Garden Grove here kind of try to get their life back together after having to deal with the GCAN incident. And I urge you to have a moratorium as soon as possible, as soon as, next council meeting on July 14th. And just try to do everything in your power to try to right the wrong that happened here in Garden Grove. Thank you.
Next speaker, Nicole Imus.
Hello, I'm Nicole Hymas. I'm not going to talk about GCAN. Instead, I'm going to talk about something a little bit more serious, and that is the loss of our public comment time, which you guys are going to be discussing on your ordinance today. And I do find it to be incredibly hypocritical, Mayor, to go on Main Street with celebrating 250 years of America, which my family has been here before America even existed, but to have to look at that and then come in here. This is not your house. This is for us to address you guys. I understand slander. I understand that. I support no slander. But as far as choosing the words that we say to something that is more acceptable to you, and to ban, snapping of fingers, but you're not going to touch clapping, that is absolutely ridiculous and is rather offensive. This is our time to come here and to address all of you, and for you to think that you could just lower it or at least change the amount of time. Well, there's too many speakers, so maybe we only want to do this for 20 minutes. If you don't like the amount of people that are coming, then you should resign. You signed up for that. This is absolutely ridiculous. If you are concerned about how long your employees are sitting here, they are welcome to quit. They signed up for this. They know what they're getting. So for you guys to come and have a discussion and to vote for something that limits our time is beyond ridiculous. And we could use whatever language you want. As I brought up before, Acosta versus Costa Mesa. You can't just ban curse words because you don't like them. Just like you told me last fall when I said the word fuck or fucking, and you yelled at me language. It's the same thing, but worse. Your policy fucking sucks. And I will use whatever language I want because that is my right. And you took an oath for the Constitution. Yes. Thank you.
Next speaker, Charlie Carnan. Charlie Carnan. After Charlie, we have Logan Smith, and following Logan will be Noel Awada. So Charlie.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Charlie Carno, and I'm a research analyst with Unite Here Local 11. I'm speaking on item 28. I urge you to reconsider your decision to approve the Nickelodeon Resort project, and I'd like to correct the record. The zoning on the site is International West mixed use, which explicitly provides for a mix of uses, including higher density residential. The land use element says the following: the International West mixed use designation is intended to provide for a mix of uses, including resort, entertainment, retail, hotel, and some higher density residential. There's no reason that there couldn't be a project here that contains both hotel and desperately needed housing for this community. I'd note that the developer, Cam Singh Co., has built housing elsewhere, including in Garden Grove. Its Brookhurst Place development includes housing, parks, and in second phase, an 100-key hotel. The city has acknowledged it is far behind in building the affordable housing working people need. Please rethink this and come back with a mixed-use project on this site. Thank you.
Next speaker, Logan Smith.
Good evening. Thank you, Council. My name is Logan Smith. I'm a policy analyst with the Harbor Institute for Immigrant and Economic Justice, and I want to express our strong insistence that the Council take action on July 14th, the earliest possible time, to enact a moratorium through your land use authority on GKN's continued production of weapons system components using hazardous materials in Garden Grove. And I recognize that we are still waiting for root cause analysis and criminal investigations. There's a few of those going on. General transparency from GKN or anybody else on the cause of this crisis, and what will be done to ensure it will never happen again. But it's crystal clear that whatever role GKN plays in that solution and the remediation that follows, it's not going to be one that prioritizes the livelihood, the safety, and the well-being of Garden Grove residents, businesses, or even GKN's workers. California EPA statutory violation records reveal an extensive and damning picture of GKN's operations at this facility, and I'm going to read you just a couple of them, and you can let me know which of these incidents since 2014 inspire in you confidence that GKN is taking this seriously. Let's see, plumbing non-potable water to emergency eyewash stations, chronic mislabeling of industrial plumbing, failure to properly store hazardous waste, failure to properly label hazardous waste, failure to properly dispose of hazardous waste, failure to submit and file a hazardous waste disposal and accidental release prevention plan in a timely manner, maintaining hazardous waste they are not permitted to store, failure to train new hires on proper hazardous material safety and handling procedure, failure to maintain access to emergency and equipment and safe egress and hazardous material release incidents, and failure, like I said, to even file a hazardous materials emergency release plan with regulators. As recently as 2024, they received a violation for failing to train workers in how to respond to exactly the scenario that just occurred. So everybody in this room knows what they want out of it. It's the most minimal impact on their operations, but it's time to do your job and start
Your time
thinking
is
about
up.
what your constituents need out of this. Thank you.
Next speaker, we have Noel Awada. Following Noel, we have Nicholas Dibbs, and following Nicholas, that would be Daniela.
Hello. My name is Noel, and I'm a member of the Palestinian Youth Movement and a Garden Grove resident. I'm here today to demand that by July 14th, the City Council bring forward an emergency ordinance to halt expansion and permits of GKN and enact a buffer zone near residential neighborhoods for any new development of facilities like this. GKN should not be allowed to expand their facilities while causing ongoing harm to our community, from the most recent impacts to the 2023 MMA overflow to the safety violations dating back to 2009. And in addition to that, GKN production of these windows or transparency canopies is essential to Israel's genocide. Israel has used the F-35 in the attack of al-Masawi in July 2024, where Israel dropped 3 2,000-pound bombs on a designated humanitarian safe zone, killing at least 90 people, and the Jabalia massacre in October 2023. GKN's role as a manufacturer of F-35 fighter jet components may even render the company criminally liable for complicity in genocide. We need an emergency ordinance to address the harm this has caused by the next City Council meeting. City Council cannot and should not wait on GKN to hold themselves accountable. The only agenda item on today's meeting relating to the crisis is a community spotlight, and we need true accountability and answers from our elected representatives who are here to represent us. Thank you.
Next speaker, Nicholas Dibbs.
Members of the Council of Citizens of Garden Grove, my name is Nicholas Dibbs. I have a degree in biology and a minor in chemistry, and let me just say this. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Your company is irresponsible. Your track record shows it.
Nick, you need to face the
Okay,
dais.
now,
Thank you.
well, I'm going to say it anyway, but
That's fine.
what I am saying here is it's up to the council to protect the safety and well-being of the public, protect the safety and public health of the citizens of Garden Grove. This company, as well as any other company that might have hazardous type operations, but this company has a poor track record, as you know, and therefore you need to use your authority to do whatever you can to shut them down. Because here's the thing, as a teacher and an educator, we have to learn from history. If we don't learn from history, we're bound to repeat the mistakes of the past. And, you know, I just cannot, as a scientist, I separate facts from propaganda. I'm not talking about propaganda, I'm talking about facts. This company is unsafe. They have a record that shows it. You need to do whatever you can to prevent them from coming back and operating. Now, yes, the moratorium. Silence is complicity. So I get up here and I speak, and some people might not like what I say, but I have the right to say it. Steve Jones, when he was mayor, we had 5 minutes to speak. Then it got cut down to 3 minutes, and now you've cut it down to 2 minutes. I back Nicole Hymes in saying, please restore the 3-minute threshold at least. And also, please, and I want to say thank you. I want to thank God that we didn't have anybody killed. I want to thank Chief Covey of the Orange County Fire Authority for protecting us and doing what he could to make sure nobody got killed. And so we can thank God for that. We dodged the bullet. Now let's prevent the bullet from coming back. Thank you.
Next speaker, Daniela. Daniela.
Hello, Council. I'm Daniela with the Palestinian Youth Movement, and I'm here today to urge you to pass an emergency ordinance to halt the expansion and permits of GKN and implement a buffer zone near residential neighborhoods for any new development of these types of facilities by the next City Council meeting on July 14th. GKN brings ongoing harm to our community. In Santa Ana, the residents are still fighting for justice from the Cherry Aerospace facility that leaked chemical contaminants into their water and soil. It's been 18 years and counting that these residents and neighborhoods are still facing negative health impacts to their nervous system, reproductive system, liver, and kidneys, and are reasonably suspected to cause some forms of cancer. The chemical crisis has just been disastrous, and if not more. GKN workers should not have to come today to defend a company who has a history of putting them in danger, violating labor rights, and is morally corrupt, producing military components that have aided in the genocide of the Palestinian people. Our workers should be given better, safer workplace options. And again, I urge City Council members to pass an emergency ordinance to halt the expansion and permits of GKN by the next City Council meeting. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, that concludes all our speaker cards received.
I'm sorry?
That concludes all our speaker cards received.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. All right, that will conclude oral communication for this evening. We will now recess. No, I'm sorry, we have a written communication, it looks like.
Yes,
Item number 5.
Item number 5 is a written communication, consideration of a written request from the Honoring Our Fallen organization for approval of temporary closure of city streets in the Eastgate Park neighborhood for Independence Day Freedom Golf Cart Parade on Saturday, June 27, 2026. And Deputy Director Janet Pelayo here to provide the report.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Staff is here to convey a written request from the Honoring Our Fallen, a Garden Grove-based nonprofit organization that would like to request City Council approval for temporary closure of city streets for the Independence Day Freedom Golf Cart Parade on Saturday, June 27, 2026. This event has been successfully organized in 2023 and 2024 by the Honoring Our Fallen local organization in the Eastgate Park neighborhood in Garden Grove. The event permit requirements were all completed, including the payment to the city for reimbursement of all direct costs for city support. Staff has confirmed that the Honoring Our Fallen organization is in good standing with the IRS and the Secretary of the State. The proposed parade route has been reviewed by the Police Department Traffic Division and will provide staff support for the temporary closure of city streets during the event. Organizers anticipate approximately 100 golf carts participating in the parade. Approval of this event will not have an impact on the city's general fund. The organization will reimburse the city for all direct costs associated with support of the event. It is recommended that the City Council consider this request for the temporary closure of city streets in the Eastgate Park neighborhood for the Independence Day Freedom Golf Cart Parade. That concludes my staff report, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you for the report. Colleagues, any questions?
No, I'd be honored to make the motion, though. This event's been going organically for decades, probably about 40 years. I think the city just recently got involved, but the community just did it on their own. And then I think it was about 5-6 years ago, they decided it might be a little safer if they had some police to kind of stop, any kind of traffic accident or something from happening. So I think that's a good thing. So anyway, Honoring Our Fallen is one of our premier nonprofits in our city, and I'd like to make the motion.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Unless there's any other questions or comments, call for the vote.
Motion received, 7 yes votes. Motion carries.
Great, thank you. We will now recess into other legislative bodies. And please call roll for successor agency, Madam Clerk.
Member Brightigam?
Here.
Member Nguyen?
Here.
Member Tran?
Here.
Member Dovin? Member Aristegui?
Here.
Vice Chair Muñetón?
Here.
And Chair Klompenstein?
Here. All right, we've already held oral communication, so that takes us to our consent calendar. We have one item, which is receive and file the minutes.
Second.
Okay, motion in a couple of seconds. Call for the vote, please.
Motion received, 7 yes votes.
Any matters from agency members? Seeing none, we will adjourn and move to sanitary district. Call roll, please.
Member Brightigam?
Here.
Member Nguyen?
Here.
Member Dovin?
Present.
Member Muñetón?
Here.
Member Aristegui?
Here.
Vice President Tran?
Here.
And President Klompenstein?
Here. We have one item under consent, which is an agreement with Bracken's Kitchen and Cal Recycle. I'll entertain a motion on that unless
I'll
you
move.
wanted to pull it.
I second.
Okay, motion and a second. Call for the vote, please.
Motion received, 7 yes votes. Motion carries.
Thank you. That takes us into matters. Item number 2.
Item number 2 is a discussion on placing all refuse collection charges on property tax roll as requested by Member Brightigam. And Finance Director Patricia Song is here to answer questions. Thank you.
I kind of asked this to be agendized. The old Midway City Sanitary District, which encompasses most of West Garden Grove, or all of West Garden Grove and portions of the central Garden Grove. When they got brought into the city, they had there's two billing systems, and there's one where it just goes on the tax rolls. And I was really hoping a representative from Republic would be here because I'd like to hear what their stance is on it. But the other way necessitates billing of the property owners, if I'm not mistaken, right? They send a direct bill out, and it's just so much simpler. I think the community prefers it to all be one, on the bill. And so it was brought up by a couple of the speakers that why can't we have that as well on the east side of town? Why can't we have that, and I think they're right. It should be fair. We should allow them to have that option or include the entirety of the city. And I think it would be easier for accounting purposes, billing, just for everyone, because we always get those folks that come here when they have the, ability to dispute their bills, and there's always loopholes where the thing got mailed to the wrong person, and that kind of stuff, and then we end up forgiving a portion of the billing and all that. So anyway, I'd like to discuss possibility of letting the rest of the city involved in that as well.
Sure, yeah. Good evening, Madam President and members of the district. So staff was tasked to look into the possibility of placing all of the trash service collection fees on the property tax roll instead of just for Improvement District 1 since last board meeting. So we looked into it, and there are several concerns. First of all, is that under a current franchise agreement, Republic Services is responsible for the billing and collection of trash services. This is not a district or city staff responsibility. And even though the California law does allow the placement of trash services to be on tax roll, it does create a lot of administrative burden if we haven't done that before. So currently, because the billing responsibility resides with Republic Services, the city is only responsible for 2 limited areas. One is the delinquent trash service fees. The other one is the Improvement District, because we honor the preference of the property owners within that district to continue this process. But in order to do this, it takes tremendous amount of administrative work. We have to reconcile the county records by parcel. We have to get the parcel level reporting as well as corrections, reconciliations. There's ADUs, there's multifamilies, and also we have to take into consideration of landlord-owned properties. There might be concerns from landlords. It's not really transparent if it's placed on the property versus on the service receiver. So it is convenient for some people, but it is not always the preference for the landowners or multifamily unit owners to have that to be their responsibility. Not to mention, once it's placed on the property tax bill, it's a much bigger dollar amount to pay. You can't parse it out. You can't say, I'm only paying for this line item, not for the rest of them. If that property tax bill has become delinquent, it goes into the collection process. So that creates more financial burden instead of just creating the convenience. So there are two sides. I do admit it's convenient. You only have to worry about it once or twice a year. But in terms of transparency, in terms of the current practice, staff had concluded it's, at least at the current point, it's not feasible for us to take over that responsibility. I can answer more questions if you have, or open for other discussions.
I do have a question. How much, if we were to decide to go down that road, how much would it cost to do that reconciliation? And is there any cost savings that could make that up in the future going forward?
Yeah, well, there's really no cost savings for the city, as right now we're doing it under a franchise agreement contractual obligation with Republic. Republic is the one that incurring the costs of billing and collecting. Sure. So that requires renegotiating or re-establish the contract structure to ship it to the city or the district's responsibility.
So there would probably be some savings to Republic doing
Could
it that
be,
way, but not
yeah.
necessarily to the city. So what if they were to shoulder the administrative cost of doing it? If it saved enough money for them, they might be willing to, would there still be any negatives to the city at that point?
I wouldn't be.
I think we would need to study a little more, because the charges that would go on the tax rolls are the base charges. So if you are a property owner that purchases additional trash bins or trash carts, or other additional services, those would have to be billed separately from the tax rolls.
Right, and that's how it's done in my district.
Correct.
I mean,
And so, we don't know right now, each property owner pays for the services they receive versus just the base services. So we don't know. We would have to study a little longer to see how many properties only purchase the base services versus how many properties also have additional services that need to be charged separately. And the question is, do we continue to have Republic responsible for collecting from their customers versus making that a city responsibility? Because Republic does not have the authority to charge on the tax rolls. It has to be a city responsibility, and the city would have to certify to the tax collector that these are appropriate charges to the property owner. If the property owner fails to pay after 3 years, the county can sell the property in foreclosure. And so it's an issue that we would have to study a little bit further.
Sure.
To determine cost-benefit analysis.
it's one of those things that sounds good when you talk about it, but maybe isn't so good. Anyway, thank you.
Are we just going to ask for some more information? Is that what you're, was just an informational item at this time? Anybody?
Yeah, I'll weigh in. So I want to clarify with Director Song that you think we can implement it, but it's not solving anything? It might be a burden to the city to be in the process?
At the current stage, yes.
Okay, and I'm hearing from our attorney, Omar, that we need do a little more research. And I'm also hearing from this sponsor of this, Mayor Pro Tem Bradigam, that we'd probably prefer to have Republic, their representative here, or have a talk to them. So do you want to withdraw the motion, or should I substitute it with another motion?
Well, it's just discussion. It's
Oh, okay.
just discussion.
So
We're
we don't
not-
have to
I
vote
just
on
put it on
anything.
for discussion so we could talk about
Okay.
it to get in, how everyone feels. We can't have these discussions without
Got it,
violating
got
the
it.
Brown
Okay.
Act, right? So it's just so we can hear what everyone's thoughts are on it, basically.
All right, I believe that's where that stands. Thank you very much. All right, any other matters from members? All right, otherwise we will adjourn and head back to City Council. Okay, that takes us on to our consent calendar. That's items 6 through 16. I can take that in one motion unless someone would like to pull an item.
Motion.
All those, or a call for the vote, please.
Motion received, 7 yes votes. Motion carries.
All right, thank you. That will take us into our public hearings. We have 4 of them this evening. That'll start with number 17.
This evening, the first public hearing is adoption of a resolution to confirm the annual levy of fiscal year 2026-27 assessments for the Downtown Assessment District. And Senior Administrative Analyst Alexa Veramontes is here to provide the remote.
Thank you, Ms. Vasquez. Honorable Mayor, members of the council, tonight we have the final step in establishing the annual assessment for the Downtown Assessment District for fiscal year 26-27. The assessment remains the same from the previous year in accordance with the Landscape and Lighting Act of 1972. The remaining action for the City Council is to hold a public hearing to adopt a resolution confirming the assessments for the district. Should the resolution pass, all information will be forwarded to the county for collection of assessments. This concludes my report, and I'm available to answer questions.
Thank you for the report. Any questions of staff before I open the public hearing? All right, with that, we will open the public hearing. If anyone wishes to speak on this particular item, number 17. All right, seeing none, I will go ahead and close the public hearing. Anything to report out, City Clerk?
Yes, Mayor Klopfenstein and City Council members, at this time would like to enter into the record the following information. There are 28 parcels in the Downtown Assessment District as of 5:30 p.m. this afternoon, Tuesday, June 23rd, 2026. The City Clerk's office received 0 protest. Therefore, there are no majority protest.
Thank you. Colleagues, any further discussion, or I'll entertain a motion? I'll second. We have a motion, a second. Call for the vote, please.
Motion received, 7 yes votes. Motion carries.
All right, public hearing, item 18.
Item 18 is adoption of resolutions confirming the annual levy of fiscal year 2026-27 assessments of the Garden Grove Street Lighting District, the Garden Grove Street Lighting District number 99-1, and the Garden Grove Park Maintenance District. And Ms. Alexa Veramontes is here to provide the report.
Thank you again, Ms. Vasquez. Honorable Mayor, members of the council, tonight the City Council is asked to hold public hearings for the city's street lighting and park maintenance districts to adopt resolutions for the collection of assessments for those districts. The public hearings are required by law, and their purpose is to hear testimony on the matter of annual assessments. Once the hearings are complete, the resolutions may be adopted. Should the resolutions pass, the required information will be forwarded to the county assessor for collection of assessment. The assessments will raise approximately $1.3 million in streetlight revenue and $700,000 in park maintenance revenue. There are no increases in the assessment from last fiscal year. This concludes my report, and I'm available to answer questions.
Thank you very much. Questions of staff? Sure.
Do we track it year to year, and why has there been no increase?
Assessment districts are set up in a way that requires an assessment process and special study to be conducted. So the assessments themselves were set up in 1996 and 1997 for the lighting and parks districts. In order to increase those assessments, a special study must be conducted with a recommendation from an unbiased party, followed by council adoption, special ballot, which goes out to taxpayers, and then a vote that is either adopted or no voted. The process itself is pretty extensive, and there have been attempts to increase in the past. However, they've not been successful.
So when was the last time we conducted an assessment?
There is an assessment being done for the downtown district right now. The last assessment that was completed was also for the downtown district in 2004, which was voted down.
When was the last time for this district?
There have not been any assessments done for this district since 1996 and 1997.
Okay, we don't plan to do any in the future yet at this time, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
So we're leaving the levy at the same rate, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman, for your question. Any others before I open the public hearing? All right, with that,
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I have a note, it not really relate directly to this, but I kind of reminder to the staff about the lining project where that we have many of the residents came here and asking to have the light, in their neighborhood. I know that not directly to this topic today, but I just want to remind staff that that is something that's still in my mind and would love to get some input from the staff in the future for the program that we could have our residents would put in more lights. That's it. Thank you.
All right, with that, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Is there anyone wishing to speak on item number 18? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. Madam Clerk, report out.
At this time, I would like to enter into the record the following information. There are 35,162 parcels in the Garden Grove Street Lighting District. As of the close of this public hearing, the City Clerk's office has received 0 protests regarding this assessment. Therefore, there's not a majority protest for this district. There are 343 parcels in District 99-1, and as of the close of this public hearing, the City Clerk's office has received 0 protests regarding this assessment. Therefore, there's not a majority protest for District 99-1. And lastly, there are 35,715 parcels for the city's park maintenance district. And as of the close of this public hearing, the clerk's office has received 0 protest regarding this assessment. Therefore, there is not a majority protest. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any discussion, or I'll entertain a motion?
Motion. Move it.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Call for the vote, please.
Motion received, 7 yes votes, motion carries.
All right, item 19.
Item 19 is adoption of a resolution authorizing an application for SB2 Permanent Local Housing Allocation Grant Program funds. And Mr. Timothy Throne is here to provide that report.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. Just quick question. Do you see the PowerPoint slides in front of you? You're good now?
We do
All right.
now, yeah.
Perfect. So good evening. The public hearing item before you tonight is to consider, 1, the amended Permanent Local Housing Allocation, otherwise known as PLHA, 5-year plan, and 2, a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute the PLHA grant application and associated documents on behalf of the city. To begin the presentation, I'd like to just give a brief overview of the PLHA program and activities to date. So the PLHA program was established under Senate Bill 2 in 2017 as part of a statewide effort to address California's housing shortage and rising housing costs. PLHA funds are generated through real estate document recording fees, approximately $75 per transaction that is deposited into the Building Homes and Jobs Trust Fund. And approximately 70% of those funds are distributed annually by the California Department of Housing and Community Development, otherwise known as HCD, to eligible local jurisdictions through a formula allocation. And the activities in front of you are half of the eligible activities, and really these center around the production of affordable housing and funding mechanisms that leverage PLHA funds for affordable housing development. And then the next set of eligible activities are a little bit more broad. They allow for homeless services, housing rehabilitation involving accessibility modifications, acquisition and rehab of multifamily units of affordable housing, and home ownership opportunities such as the down payment assistance program. This next slide shows really our funding allocation over the 5-year period of time. So from 2019 to 2023. But just to give you a little bit of history, back on December 22nd, 2021, the city of Garden Grove was awarded up to $5,966,058 in PLHA funds over 5 years to support affordable housing activities, which included an allocation of $2,539,860 for calendar years 2019 and 2020. The $5.9 million figure was the projected maximum amount of PLHA funds available during the 5-year period, but our actual PLHA allocation for 2019 through 2023 is $5,746,464, which is based on actual recording fees throughout that period of time. The calendar year 2019-2020 allocation includes the following activities. So $1.9 million for matching funds to the low to moderate income housing asset fund. We had $224,000 to activity 6, which is homeless services. Another $244,551 to activity 9, which is our first time homebuyer program, and $126,993 for administration. So that was the original application that we submitted to the state. On December 29th, 2023, we submitted another application. It's an over-the-counter application, but we have to do it through the NOFA process through HCD, and we applied for our calendar year 2021 and 2022 funds. And in response, we were awarded the $2,553,236, including $2 million to activity 1 for development of affordable rental housing, $425,405 to activity 9 for the first time homebuyer program, and $127,661 for admin. And as part of this 2023 NOFA, the city amended the 5-year plan to reallocate the remaining $121,315 that was left over in activity 4 to activity 9 for the first time homebuyer program. This slide just goes over our current expenditures to date. So of the $5,093,096 awarded to date, the city has expended 67% of the funding, or $3,429,351. This next slide just goes over in detail what specific projects and really a more detailed expenditure breakdown. So Orchard Grove Apartments, we allocated approximately $1.8 million. For the Yale Navigation Center, we allocated $224,000 to assist the operations of the Yale Navigation Center. The first-time homebuyer program, we allocated $600,000 to. And then lastly, we had $128,981 for administrative costs. And then this slide shows really our program accomplishments to date. So for Orchard Grove, we were able to rehab 78 units, 60 of which were affordable units that were preserved, which means that covenants were expiring or they were already expired, and we infused additional funding to rehab those units so that the affordable covenants would be extended for another 55 years. And then an additional 17 units were acquired through that project as well. The Yale Navigation Center, we assisted 306 total individuals, 105 of which were disabled, 45 were seniors, 16 were veterans, and then 6 were transitional aged youth. And then lastly, the first time homebuyer program, we've been able to assist 12 households purchase their first home in Garden Grove with down payment assistance. So this slide is just basically explaining what we're going to be applying to the state for. So we're going to be asking for an allocation of $620,700 for activity 1, which is affordable rental housing development, and then another $32,368 to administration, totaling the $653,368. And in addition to the new money that we're requesting, we're going to be asking to amend the budget, which we will be moving $724,575 from affordable rental housing to home ownership, activity 9. And then, of course, the 75,290 for, I'm sorry, 75,290 for admin at the bottom. So this is really encapsulating everything. So we have the amendment, which is moving some money around. So ultimately, we're going to have $620,700 allocated to Activity 1, $809,820 allocated to home ownership, which is the first-time homebuyer program, and then $75,290 allocated to administration. And then in conclusion, it's my recommendation that City Council conduct a public hearing to receive comments regarding the 5-year plan, approve the amended 5-year plan, and adopt the resolution authorizing the city manager to execute the PLHA grant application and associated documents on behalf of the city. Concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
It's a great report. Thank you so much.
No
Any
problem.
questions of staff before we open the public hearing?
That was a great PowerPoint. I liked all the moving and.
I hope it wasn't too distracting. But
Do you have a question?
Tim, needless to say, another excellent presentation.
Thank you.
Hats off to you, sir. Affordable housing and accessibility to home ownership in our community has been so talked about recently. And I think when we have the opportunity to discuss getting access to resources so that we as a city can do more for our residents, to be able to get them the access to that housing, to that home ownership, we get so many questions, right? So in a grant application like this PLHA, for our residents, why can't we ask for more money? Why are we limited to only 32,000 in admin? Why are we limited to 600,000? Why can't we ask for more with these amendments?
So we are capped in terms of the admin. We're only allowed, I believe it's 5% for PLHA. And then also we're capped by the amount we're allowed to ask for because it's based on the document recording fees that are incurred in Garden Grove, right? So we get 70% of those document recording fees, which, right, that's all dictating how much money we get in terms of the total pot. And then again, we're capped in terms of the amount we're allowed to spend on admin, so.
And in this PLHA application process, is it guaranteed that we're going to get up to that 5% cap, or is there a chance that as we submit this application, they could give us less?
Yeah, it's guaranteed. It's an over-the-counter application. So we've already been, quote unquote, awarded. We just have to submit the over-the-counter application to the state, and we're awarded the amount that we're applying for. So the $653,000 we would get, and we would have up to the 5% amount for admin.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Tim.
No problem.
Thank you so much for the presentation with the detail. And so recently, for the last couple council meeting, we have people coming here asking about affordable housing. And so today, our council were able to go and see the Orchard Grove, where we have 78 affordable housing unit, right? And so I'm glad that you saw that, just so that for the resident out there, they keep asking, okay, where is it? I don't see it. And after the ribbon cutting today, I was able to talk to the office, and they said they actually have a vacant unit for anyone who would be interested in renting for affordable unit. So I just want to bring that up for the resident out there if they still need that help. So you could contact, go to our city site. But also, I just want to say thank you for showing that, because you give very detailed of the homelessness, the affordable housing, the rental, etc. So thank you.
Of course, and if you don't mind me adding, so on our website it's an affordable housing interactive map. So you can go on the website and you can look up all the leasing information, contact information. You can reach out to any affordable housing development within the city of Garden Grove and check for vacancies. So that information's online. You can see where they're located throughout the city. You can get the leasing contact information. So I advise anyone interested in affordable housing to go to the website and try to contact some of those developments to see if there's any vacancies and try to get into one of the units. So.
Awesome. So besides those two locations, the Orchard Grove and the Yale you just presented, what other location? Just give the project or the location so people know.
You're asking for locations for affordable housing developments? Okay, so there's several off of, in the Buena Clinton Family Resource Center area. So off of Buena and Clinton, I think, is actually the cross street. So there are several affordable housing developments on that, like in that general vicinity. So, yeah.
Or they could go to the website. Thank you so
and
much.
then again, yeah, I would just look at the website to kind of map them out to see where they're at.
Thank you. One second, let me go to Councilman Nguyen, and then we'll go back, yeah.
If I may also add, Madam Mayor and
Yeah.
members of the City Council, just to follow up from Tim's response, if you go to our city website at ggcity.org and type affordable housing, it'll allow you a link to the affordable housing properties of which you can search from that point forward. So that's a good reference point for everyone.
Lisa, if we can, I know we'll be highlighting Orchard Grove on our social media as well as probably on our website. If we could maybe kind of push that link forward as a part of kind of wrapping around what we just did today, I think that would be beneficial and just a great addition to highlight. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Go
Yeah. First of all, thank you for the great presentation. As I understand, the PLHA, the Permanent Local Housing Allocation Program, is not directly public housing program. Is that correct?
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
My question is the PLHA is not a direct public housing program.
So, are you referring to like tenant-based rental assistance? So it's not. You would have to qualify for the unit. So you would have to submit an application to the property management company, and they're required per agreement with the city, per the covenants with the city, to provide those units at an affordable rate, right? So it's different than us providing direct assistance for tenant-based rental assistance to an individual. They get that automatic like affordable rate once they submit the application to the property management company and they get approved for the unit.
Just to answer the question a little more directly, this program is funding. So it's just funding. And then there were eligible activities that we are able to do with that funding. And what we're presenting before you this evening is an amendment to some of those eligible activities. So there's a little bit of discretion that the city has in terms of which of those programs we decide to implement. So we're moving some money around to assist our first-time homebuyer program, which we've had great success at. There's been a lot of interest, plus we received additional funding from the state, so we're going to leverage that to help more people into home ownership, along with some of the other activities that we've mentioned. But PLHA is just, it's a funding source.
I see. So please tell me again for the public that for Garden Grove, that specifically the city plan to use the PLHA fund mainly for what do we use
The
it for?
production of affordable housing. So similar to the Orchard Grove development you just saw this afternoon, it would be for a similar project. So we're trying to build affordable units in the city, whether that's through acquisition, rehab, or whether that's through new construction. So it allows for really a multitude of like activities that would produce affordable housing, whether that's preservation, acquisition, new construction.
Support the homeless?
And homeless services, yeah, that's one of the activities.
First-time buyer?
First-time buyer, yeah.
Thank you.
Councilman? Production of affordable housing, we would have to find a development partner, and we would have to have other leveraged funding sources, because it's not enough money to be able to really do, it costs about $600,000 a unit to produce a new affordable housing unit.
That's important for people to understand.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, imagine the jump scare that I got when I saw that number where it does cost our city, I mean, in our region, about $600,000 from the city side to subsidize the capital cost of subsidizing the construction of an affordable housing unit, which is, it's very shocking to hear that that's how much it can cost to build from our end, not even counting the fact that we have a developer partner that comes in and actually does the construction. Tim, I just wanted to get some clarification as to the listings. In terms of the properties listed on the site, are those properties that have active covenants.
Correct, yes, active covenants,
Mhm.
and there are 2 or 3 density bonus projects. So there's not a
Oh.
covenant, but there is, there is an agreement in place with the developer to provide those affordable housing units. So,
Excellent. Thank you so much, Tim.
No problem.
And thank you, Ursula.
All right, any other, we kind of went past the question into discussion mode, but I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on item number 19? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. I think we've had our discussion. I'll entertain a motion unless we have more to talk about.
Second.
Motion and a second. Call for the vote, please.
I'm sorry, for the record, who was the first? Cindy? Thank you. Motion received, 7 yes votes. Motion carries.
All right, and
Thank
our
you.
final, thank you very much. Our final public hearing, item 20.
Item 20 is adoption of resolutions for approval of mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring and reporting program, general plan amendment number GPA 001-2026, site plan number SP-168-2026, and tentative track map number TT 19447 for a request to develop a 26-unit residential townhome project on approximately 1.8 acre site at 9982 Russell Avenue, and the introduction and first reading of an ordinance approving zoning map amendment number A-046-2026 and plan unit development number PUD-020-2026. The ordinance entitled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Garden Grove approving one zoning map amendment number A-046-2026 and plan unit development number PUD-020-2026 to amend the city's official zoning map to change the zoning of a 1.8 acre parcel located on the southeast corner of Russell Avenue and Cary Street at 9822 Russell Avenue, assessor's parcel number 098-081-19, from an R1 single residential to residential plan unit development number PUD-020-2026 with an R2 limited multiple residential zone to facilitate the development of a 26-unit residential attached townhome project on the subject site. And Senior Planner Preet Kaskla is here to provide that report.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. The applicant is requesting approval of the entitlements for a proposed 26-unit multiple family residential project on an approximately 1.8 acre site. On May 21st of this year, the Planning Commission held a public hearing regarding this item. At the meeting, one person spoke in opposition to the project. Staff has not received any written correspondence pertaining to that item. At that meeting, by a 5-0 vote with 2 commissioners absent, the Planning Commission recommended that the City Council approve the following land use entitlements. A general plan amendment to change the land use designation of the property, an amendment to the zoning map, a residential planned unit development to facilitate the development of the project, site plan approval to construct the multiple family units and associated site improvements, and a vesting tentative tract map for the purpose of selling each dwelling as a condominium. Revocation of 2 conditional use permits which previously governed the property is also proposed. The City Council is also considering a recommendation to adopt a mitigated negative declaration and an associated mitigation monitoring and reporting program for that project. The project site is an approximately 1.8 acre parcel on the southeast corner of Cary Street and Russell Avenue at 9822 Russell Avenue. The site is currently developed with a church, preschool, and a wireless facility, all of which would be demolished as part of the project. The site currently has a general plan land use designation of low density residential and is zoned R1 single family residential. To facilitate the proposed project, a general plan amendment is necessary to change the land use designation of the site to low-medium density residential. Amongst other things, the land use designation is intended for the development of condominiums at a maximum density of 21 units per acre. The proposed project would be within that maximum allowable density and would be compatible with the surrounding area, which has 2-story multiple family and single family residential uses to the north, south, and west of the subject site. The proposed amendment would modify the zoning of the property from R1 to a residential PUD with an R2 base zone. The R2 limited multiple residential base zoning is consistent with the proposed general plan land use designation. The proposed base zone would also be consistent with the multiple family residential developments to the north across Russell Avenue. The PUD would allow for and facilitate development of the project. The proposed PUD is intended to create a transition between the nearby single-family and the multiple-family residential developments. Development standards specified in the PUD include, but are not limited to, setbacks, parking, building heights, fencing, building separation, mechanical equipment, and open space requirements. Where not otherwise specified, the zoning standards of the R2 base zone would apply. The proposed project would consist of 26 condominium units across 5 buildings. The following is a summary of that project's design. Vehicle access is provided by a private street entering and exiting on Russell Avenue. Pedestrian walkways would be provided throughout. Each unit would have a 2-car garage and 33 open guest parking spaces for a total of 85 parking spaces. A common recreation area with a shade structure, seating, outdoor counter, and flexible lawn space would be located along the rear property line. A community garden would be located in the southeastern corner of the site. Passive recreation areas would also be provided throughout the site. There would be three unit types with 3 bathrooms ranging from 3 to 4 bedrooms. Each unit would also provide a private recreation area. The project would feature a predominantly Spanish Revival architectural style. All buildings would be 2 stories in height, approximately 30 feet tall. A vesting tentative tract map is proposed for the purpose of selling each unit as a condominium and the creation of a lot for the common areas and private road areas. The commonly owned areas of the project would be managed by the Future Homeowners Association. The project has been reviewed by the Community Development Department, Public Works Department, Republic Services, and OCFA, and it meets all applicable local and zoning code requirements. Therefore, staff recommends that the City Council take the following actions: conduct a public hearing, adopt a mitigated negative declaration and associated mitigation monitoring program for the project, approve the general plan amendment, conduct the first reading of an ordinance for the zoning map amendment and residential plan unit development, and approve the site plan and tentative tract map subject to the recommended conditions of approval, and revoke the previously applicable conditional use permits. This concludes staff's report, and we are available for any questions.
Thank you very much. All right, questions of staff. Councilmember.
So you say it's already gone through OCFA, approved and everything. How about trash services?
They have reviewed it and okayed it as well, yes.
Will it be gated?
There's no gate proposed at this time. There are block walls along the perimeter to the south and to the east along the school property, but there's no vehicle gate, if that's what you're asking.
So you say it's 2-story, about 30 feet high?
Correct.
Are there any privacy issues?
No, so there's one unit that is on the south side of the property that is closest to a single-family residential use. But that has a enlarged setback area of over 20 feet. And there's also a specific planting pattern of trees that are planted in that area to provide screening to that property to the south, yes.
Well, there's the one objection. Do you know the nature of that objection?
I do not, but please go on.
Well, I just heard you, in part of your report, is that the Planning Commission voted 5-0, but there was one objection, or one, and I was curious what the objection is.
I'm sorry, yes. So the objection from the public speaker at that meeting, they raised concerns about parking and traffic, mainly along Russell Avenue and Carey Street. Nothing really pertaining specifically to the project itself, but more so just generally impacts within the neighborhood already existing.
Right. Did they have to do a traffic study?
So as part of this project, part of the initial study, they did have to analyze the traffic in the area for environmental purposes.
Okay, so we're going to vote, but not without disregard for objections. There's no written objections. There was an oral objection at the Planning Commission, which has been taken into account, and the traffic analysis has been conducted. So I'm comfortable that there's no impact to our streets as well as no privacy issues. I don't have any concern about this project moving forward. Last question is, does it meet any of our housing low income? Does it qualify for any of that? And is there a density bonus?
So this project does not have a density bonus. The site itself was not identified in our housing element. It was not intended to be housing. So this is, just market demands kind of, brought it to our attention to bring it forward tonight.
All right. So there are no considerations of any density bonus. They're just straight by the PUD.
Correct, but we still do get the credit for the purposes of RHNA. We're still building 26 units, so that goes towards our overall total, but it's not targeted towards any specific income levels.
Oh, great! I like to meet quotas, so it does it does qualify for that, and that is helpful. So that's another motivation for me to vote it up. Thank you for doing all the heavy lifting, Preet.
Thank you, Council. 1 second, we're going to go to Councilman Tran and then to our Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, I have similar question like Councilmember Chodovin, but he already asked a question. My next thing would be, when the builder or the property owner come to our staff for a project like this, do we kind of encourage them or ask them about affordable housing, so that way that would be in their mind that, yeah, I do affordable housing, I will have some density bonus or something like that. So that way that would kind of, give them a second thought about, okay, maybe I do this, so I could get some density bonus.
So they are made aware of the different options that they have. For this project specifically, it really wasn't much of a consideration. But for other properties in the city that are specifically identified in our housing element for affordable housing, for those projects we make a more of a concerted effort, because it's already been identified for those income levels, to ensure that we meet some of those obligations.
Okay, yeah, would love to see more of that. Everybody have that consideration, so thank you.
Yeah, Joe actually asked, one of my main questions was the low income, and I assume we're not given any concessions then, since we're not getting any low income.
Correct.
When parking always comes up, one of the mitigation efforts usually is part of the conditions of approval is that the homeowners association will enshrine in their CC&Rs that the garages have to be used for parking and not for storage.
Mm-hmm.
Has that been done in this project?
Yes, that's included in the conditions to be included in the CC&Rs once those are prepared and ultimately adopted.
Okay, and so that should help eliminate 31 spots. That's in addition to the garage.
Correct, yeah. So each unit has a 2-car garage, and then there are 33 parking spaces that are just open for any guest use.
This is mostly 2 and 3 bedroom units.
Most of them are there's a mixture of 3 to 4 bedrooms. Some of them have a loft space that you have the option to use that as they're constructing it, to use it as a 4th bedroom. So it's kind of a mix.
So you could potentially have over 100 cars if adults were in all of those spaces.
I mean, if you're counting 1 per bedroom, I suppose, yes. But, the parking for the project meets our code requirements. The code required 85 spaces. They are providing 85 total spaces. So from that regard, it meets all of our zoning requirements.
So no extra spaces, just the bare minimum.
It meets the code, correct. It's 85 and required, 85 provided.
And, okay, thank you.
Hi, Preet. I just want to make sure that we understand what kind of project triggers an affordable housing allocation, because this seems to me like this condominium project seems to me like the kind where this is a first-time home buyer, kind of starter home, direct to consumer kind of sale of property. Would the affordable housing credits be more for properties that are intended to be rentals, or what type of sale properties trigger affordable housing allocations, if any? Because it seems to me that there seems to be some confusion.
We don't necessarily have considerations rental versus ownership units, if that's kind of what the question's leading towards. We have in our housing element, we have identified sites for different income levels of any type of multiple family, whether that's rental or for sale. So this one, it currently is a church, so it was not originally identified as part of the housing element. So this is kind of almost in a way just kind of a bonus. It wasn't identified, so it's kind of just additional land that somebody just wanted to develop as housing. So we'll take the credit for it, but we're not requiring them to do any sort of affordable housing on it.
Question?
If I may also, just for reference, the developers Malia Homes, they've also built a similar project in the city on Brookhurst in Councilmember Jojo Vin's District 4. So they do have a track record of building similar products, but I'm sure during any oral communication under the public hearing, the developer will be able to answer some of your questions as well.
Great. All right, you had another follow-up?
Yes, that's exactly what I was leading up to. I recognize the applicant, and I want to invite them if they'd like to come speak or add anything to their project.
I need to open the public hearing first.
Oh, okay, when the public hearing is open. But anyway, city manager pointed out correctly that there is development in my district, which I drive by almost every day because that's my shortcut from Brookhurst to my house. And I'm very pleased with it. It has brought the neighborhood up considerably. I have friends who own property in and around that area on that same street, so they're very happy. You guys are a good neighbor, and we look forward to this development. Do you have a name for it? That's all I want to ask. And when you think you can drop lumber and finish it out. That's all I have.
All right, I think I'm going to go ahead and. You have a question?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you mention again for the public that what kind of incentive that the property owner that who volunteer convert or designate their property to affordable housing? What kind of incentive?
So this project does not have any incentives to do that. Other projects might, but this one is just market rate housing at this point. So there's no assistance from the city to build affordable housing for this project or anything of that sort. This is purely market rate.
I see.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, I'm going to open the public hearing. If anyone would like to come forward and speak on item 20, this is your chance. Yes.
Hello, good evening, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Chad Brown. I'm with Malia Homes. This would actually be our third project in recent times in the city of Garden Grove that Malia Homes has built. First one was over on 13th Street. The most recent one was our Brecken project at the corner of Central and Brookhurst. And now we've had an opportunity to work with this landowner to purchase this property and design what I think is a fantastic fit for the neighborhood in a transition aspect to it. Mayor, you may recall that you sat in on a meeting with us and the property owner where there was great discussion about the appropriate use and density and so forth for this site. We took heed to that. A lot of our projects in recent times are 3-story row town and so forth. That's not appropriate for this site. Had we chosen to pursue a path of affordable housing and so forth, it's a much different path that we could take. We'd have much less parking that would be available to it. We could do the density bonus. But in this particular site, recognizing the neighborhood issues or concerns, I should say, being adjacent to a school, and with the existing comments that we've heard from the community regarding traffic and parking and so forth, we chose to go with a 2-story product that is parked per city code, that meets all of the requirements for it, sans for we needed the zone change and the general plan amendment in order to produce the number of housing on this particular site at the unit count of 26. I think that this is going to be a dynamic project for the city in that particular neighborhood. It's adequately parked, it's close to goods and services, it's close with access to the freeway. It's in your district, Councilwoman, so I hope that you can support and be proud of it. It's something that we certainly look to. But I think one of the main things that we looked at was, and the purpose of the meetings and discussions and so forth early on were to not pursue a 3-story product versus a 2-story product. And we've pursued the 2-story product. And together with that, I want to take a moment to really commend staff, both in the planning and engineering department, particularly Preet for his work with me on this. It has gone relatively smoothly, quickly, and communications have been very, very secured and understanding each other and reactionary. So I'm happy to be here tonight. I'm happy to answer any specific questions you have, but I do ask for your approval as the project is recommended by your planning commission.
Thank you for being here this evening. I believe you wanted to start with a question.
Yeah,
And
just
then
a
we will go
couple
to
of quick
Councilwoman.
ones, and then, but I'm envious. It's in her district. Might have to buy there and then run against her. But I love the
Don't put me in the
Bracken.
middle of this, please.
I love the Bracken, and I'm just curious what you're gonna name this new community.
It's a story, if you truly want to hear it. So the owner of our company is a gentleman named B.J. Delzer. I've been with the company since its initial beginning. And our first project over on 13th Street is named Bria. That's after his youngest daughter. We ran into the Brookhurst and Central site, and I was searching for a name, so I ran it by him. I said, how about Brecken? It seems to fit with Brookhurst. And that's his oldest daughter. And it left his son out in the middle of nowhere with nothing. So this one's going to be called Landon.
Nice, nice.
So,
I love it. Yeah.
It does have a marketing name, and it is representative of something that his family and as they grow up will be able to come by and look at and be proud of.
I'm always looking for that personal touch and that connection to the owner who's very invested.
Yes.
And very proud of the product. And I think that you have designed it exactly very befitting of that locality. I drive by there
Thank you.
often, and I know that church. The church itself is a landmark, so we kind of have a little bit of nostalgia that it's getting demolished, but the community that's coming in there will shine. I can see that, and it'll be a very, very important fixture in our city, in the right in the middle of part of our community of the Little Saigon, and the Korean Business District is also right there. So we have a lot of investment in the development of this community. I mean, in like 28, 26 units.
Yes.
That's a lot. That's a lot. That's going to provide a lot of housing for families.
And I think it's well designed for the site that invites, it's not walling itself off from the community. It's opening its front doors towards the community, which I think is a benefit for the
Right.
Russell and Cary frontages. The other thing I'd like to add is along the lines from an affordable housing standpoint is, I think, I also serve on the, I'm a member of the board of directors for Habitat for Humanity of Orange County. And that goal that Habitat for Humanity has is creating home ownership opportunities for families. And it places a covenant on it where that covenant then goes back to Habitat and they can then resell it to another qualifying family down the line. I think the affordable housing in the for sale market is somewhat inappropriate because the buyers, ultimate families that buy into an affordable unit that has a covenant restriction on it are not participating in the American dream of owning a home and hoping that the equity continues to rise and go up. When they resell the home, there's a limitation on what it can be resold for. And there's a profit share that goes to part of the agency as well as the homeowner that sells that home. And they don't fully participate. They don't get the full equity rise in it, and it's somewhat misleading. I think that is what I've offered, is information for a lot of other jurisdictions that we have built in, is I think the affordable housing opportunities really belong in the rental market, where you can reduce and subsidize part of the rent. They can save money, save for a down payment, and ultimately buy a house at market rate and fully participate in it. So I say that because I think this is an opportunity with this site as a market rate townhome development, that I believe that these families will benefit from this. The city's going to benefit from the investment into the community with it, and the community immediately adjacent to it will be beautified by it.
I truly appreciate all of the thinking that goes into developing this community. I still insist that you continue to develop in and around Garden Grove, and that your future project.
It's one of our favorite jurisdictions to do
yes,
business in.
maybe that the next developer owner would consider the density bonus and build affordable housing, because it's something that our community is in
Yes.
great need and demand for. The last time you were here on the Bracken, I asked the same question. I don't remember, I don't know if you remember the two questions I asked. It simply was, are you well capitalized, and what's your build out time? Because I really look forward. I think the Bracken you build out either on time or ahead of schedule. Yes. So that was amazing. And I hope you can repeat that success again on this project. But also keep in mind that we would greatly appreciate if you can bring in other developers with other products, including high density, low income or affordable housing. That would help our city and our residents very much. Thank you.
Yes, you got it.
Well, thank you so much for sharing your story. And so kind of give it more perspective. And also you mentioned about the habitat. So thank you for doing that. Yes, this one in my district. Yes. I volunteer, work at Sunnyside Elementary. So I drive by that location many, many times.
Yes.
And I see the student, walking out, and that area very crowded. And so when listening to you talking about, your consideration with the parking and, with the height, that's nice to hear. Yes. So just want to say thank you very much. I know the other question, Councilmember Chodovin mentioned about how long or when do you think this project gonna be done? Do you have any idea on that?
We would hope to be being issued a demolition grading permit sometime in early fall, and we'll roll directly into land development and vertical construction after that. So hopefully we would be close to having model homes available for viewing approximately about a year from now or so, would be the expectation.
Well, looking forward to that. Yeah. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, go ahead.
Since I got you up here.
Absolutely.
What do you estimate these things will go on the market for?
Market rate.
Yeah. What do you, good answer, but what are you projecting?
Well, it really depends upon where interest rates lie a year from now. Our projection is somewhere between the 7 and mid 8s for the 3-bedroom unit, and up from there. Probably be a stretch to get to the 9s, but somewhere in that neighborhood. It's always difficult for me to answer that because there are so many variables that go into it. Where does the macro economy lead? Where does the local regional lead? I will tell you, as the answer to that is our Brecken project at Central and Brookhurst, which was an affordable housing density bonus project for that site. The 3 units are the last ones that are selling out of it. Part of that whole story that I'm kind of mentioning with this, those last 2, I think Timothy's gone now, but those last 2 are set to close on July 9th. And then we'll be 100% sold out, but that project sold very, very quickly. And that project, a little bit larger square footage in those homes, but those were in the mid 9s on average for those homes. I think these are a little bit smaller, 2-story. They're probably going to be in that, like I said, probably in the 8s to mid 9s or so, ultimately. You're welcome.
Well, we really appreciate the opportunity to hear from you and for sharing with us. You mentioned our meeting, and I think it's a prime example of in Garden Grove, we build really strong relationships with our developers, which then provides transparency and strong communication back out in the community so that there's trust in knowing what we're building. We're seeing a lot of these church properties, I think, and that will, whether that's sad or not, it's a changing times, and we're seeing them grow and change. And so we appreciate the continued partnership and the work on this. And thank you for coming up here and sharing with us this evening. Colleagues, anything else before I close the public hearing? Anyone else wishing to speak on this before I do? All right, with that, I will close the public hearing. Any further discussion, or I'll entertain a motion? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Call for the vote, please.
Motion received, 7 yes votes. Motion carries.
Great. We're going to take a 5-minute break. All right, we will go ahead and reconvene, and we've just finished our public hearings for this evening. That will take us into items for consideration. Item 21, would it be all right with my colleagues to skip on the staff report?
Move.
Okay. I have a motion and a second. Call for the vote, please.
Motion received, 7 yes votes. Motion carries.
Item 22, if everyone feels comfortable, I'm willing to waive as well. Do I have a motion? And a second. Okay, I have a motion and a second. Call for the vote, please.
Motion received, 7 yes votes. Motion carries.
23 is award a contract to American Asphalt. We can waive the staff report on this as well. This is fairly routine unless someone would like a staff report. Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion. Second. I have a motion and a second. Call for the vote, please.
Motion received, 7 yes votes. Motion carries.
And again, with item 24, contract with Tiger Construction LLC for on-call concrete. This is also fairly routine. I will waive the staff report and entertain a motion unless someone would like a staff report. Second. Call for the vote, please.
Motion received, 7 yes votes. Motion carries.
All right, that will take us to item 25. Colleagues, would we like a staff report on this? Okay. We'll take a staff report on 25, please.
Item 25 is award of contracts to CSG Consultants, Inc., Wildan Engineering, The Code Group, Inc., True North Compliance Services, Inc., and Scott Fazikis and Associates, Inc., for on-call plan review and/or building contractual services. And Administrative Analyst Kenneth Lee is here to provide the report.
Oh, sorry. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Tonight, the Community Development Department is requesting approval of on-call professional services agreements for plan review, inspection, code enforcement, and other building and safety support services with third-party consultants. The department has historically utilized third-party consultants to supplement service delivery and to maintain high levels of customer service. Consultants provide staffing support on an as-needed basis and help the department respond to fluctuations in workload. To identify the most qualified firms, the department conducted a competitive request for proposals process earlier this year. The city received a total of 15 proposals. A selection panel evaluated each proposal based on established criteria, including qualifications and experience, technological capabilities, customer service, references, and interview performance. Staff identified 5 firms that best align with the city's anticipated service requirements, which are CSG Consultants, Wildan Engineering, The Code Group, True North Compliance Services, and Scott Fazikis and Associates. Staff recommends contracts with these firms to provide access to a diverse pool of qualified professionals with varying specialties and availability. This approach would allow staff to rapidly respond to changing workloads, assign specialized expertise when needed, and maintain continuity of service throughout the year. Each agreement would be established on an as-needed basis with a not-to-exceed amount of $250,000 annually per consultant. The agreements would include the option for 1-year extensions for a total potential term of 5 years. Funding for these services is already included within the Building and Safety Division's operating budget and will be paid through existing general fund appropriations. Therefore, no additional budget appropriation is required. Based on the results of the competitive selection process and the department's anticipated workload, staff recommends that the City Council award contracts for on-call plan review, inspection, code enforcement, and related building and safety services to CSG Consultants, Wildan Engineering, The Code Group, True North Compliance Services, and Scott Fazikis and Associates, each in an amount not to exceed $250,000 annually on an as-needed basis. Authorize the city manager or her designees to execute the agreements and make minor modifications as appropriate, and authorize the city manager or her designees to exercise future option years and execute related amendments. That concludes staff presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for the report. Colleagues, questions? Yes, and then I will. Okay, we'll go to Mayor Pro Tem first.
Oh, me first. Okay. Yeah. So are these the same engineering firms that we are currently using?
Currently, we are using CSG Consultants, Wildan Engineering, and the Code Group, and Scott Fazekas and Associates. True North Compliance Services is a new firm.
So the True North one's the new.
Correct.
New to the and the previous amount was up to $250,000 a year as well, right?
Yes.
On average, how often do we meet that threshold?
As of recently, for our plan review, we use Scott Fazekas. We've met that threshold, and we've had to increase the contract amendment for this past fiscal year 3 times. But historically, the other consultants, we have not reached that threshold.
So isn't it better to go just use a different firm than increase what we're paying the other one? Or, I mean, then it's already approved, right?
Yes. Scott Fazekas and Associates specifically does plan review at a expedited rate, and a majority of the plan review does get sent. However, other services such as our inspections and code enforcement and additional building services staff goes to the other consultants.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, members of the City
Yes.
Council, if I may also add, there were vacancies that occurred last fiscal year as Nikki and was fulfilling some of those vacancies as it relates to the plan check engineer. So when Scott Fazekas' contract increased, it was to ensure that we deliver the highest level of service and response time. Obviously, this ebbs and flows during times when we are at full staff capacity. Then with Nikki and David and Kenneth here, they'll be able to speak to that. But oftentimes when we have these contracts available, it ebbs and flows, depending on the need of staffing, code enforcement, staff on vacation, increased inspection demands, and so all of those varies at times.
And I know occasionally there's mistakes that slip through the cracks when it comes to plan check. Do you track those per which group is making these mistakes or which company is doing that? As opposed to our own folks as well, I'm sure they make mistakes too, right? So.
Good evening, Mayor and Honorable Council. To speak on Mr. Councilman Brightigan's response is that a lot of times when it comes to mistakes, there's 2 versions of that. There's the ones that are coming from the applicants, and there's a recheck or resubmittal process, and there's those that are from our staff. What we do is when the codes get updated, we tend to have a meeting that can update those consultant companies to make sure they're current with our staffing and our ADUs and all the laws that get updated. So it wouldn't necessarily seem to be a mistake, more so than an updating on those new codes and new regulations that come into play.
I think I'm talking about actual mistakes, though, not perception ones, like windows looking down into people's backyards and that kind of stuff that, you know, happens. It slips through the cracks occasionally. Do we track when those kind of mistakes are made by these groups, so we know who's making more of them, and if we need to give them maybe find a different vendor in the future, or is it?
Well, you're speaking on those are more or less planning issues and zoning issues. That's not with a consultant that deal with more building and safety issues. So those are handled more with in-house staff and training, and we're working on some of the regulations around having pre-approved checklist items and things to have a more consistent plan check around those items. But as far as the consultant companies, we've tracked them. We do double check the work that comes in, and we do spot checks with a lot of the consultants that are in the field, along with code enforcement and the inspectors.
And you're happy with all of them?
Yes, we're currently happy with all our
Except
consultants.
for True North, because they're new, right?
They're new,
So,
correct.
Okay. All right,
We always
thank
like to
you.
infuse a little new blood in there.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. You asked some very relevant, pertinent issues that I share with you, some of the concerns. But I do agree with Deputy Director David Dent that a lot of it is from code updates, when you have to update the plan reviewer, including our own staff, because it comes down from the state, or sometimes it's a utility, like Edison.
Another department.
They're constantly making us having to update what to review, and something that was approved a couple years ago doesn't necessarily get permitted right away, and then the code has changed since.
Correct.
So you're in a situation where the code changed, and then the applicant is told to modify or revise. In that case, I would only ask that you provide for an expedited recheck.
Correct.
Even if the applicant needs to pay for the expedited fee, I'm all for that, because they're getting service from our city staff and also from our contractors. I know that I thought we just voted up Fazekas for their extra work just a few months back. So I'm hoping we're not competing against ourselves with multiple contractors. And the question is, who decides who review what plans, and what are their specialties, so that you would be traffic control, basically, the projects to each of these, 5 contractors now?
Correct.
Have we done that before? And it seems like a lot of coordinating from your office.
Well, in this particular case, Scott Fazekas dealt primarily with the P3 building. So all the changes, we wanted to keep consistent with the same consultant company with that particular project. So that's why his contract was seemingly higher than all the other consultants. And I do want to thank, Scott Fazekas, because they actually infused a little extra time that hasn't been charged accordingly. He shows up to all the meetings. He's been very helpful in facilitating all the coordinated efforts of all the plan checks and all the resubmittals and all the separate permits that come with that project. So he's done a very consistent job. We wanted to keep him on that project. We didn't want to infuse a new consultant company with a project that's spanned over the past 3 years and keeping on an expedited plan.
I like that approach very much,
Yeah.
being consistent, and if we've already had them starting usually it's a few rounds of reviews. It's not one round, could be 2, 3, 4, 5. I've been in his office, so I'm familiar. Have you visited all of these other contractors' office and know their staff level?
Correct. We go through a pretty intensive interview process. We look at their staffing levels, how they can respond to our projects. And when we do, and to speak on your other ask, is that when we do have a bigger project or a project that's dealing with a potential of years of inspection and years of plan check, we do an internal system of vetting which consultant company is going to do that. We don't favor any one or the other. We
Okay,
provide
just
them-
2 little follow-up questions. I like the fact that we don't favor anybody. We just go to them depending on their specialties and what our needs are at the time. The question is, do you think that with this new structured contracting arrangement that our response time will be better, will be improved?
Correct. And we're also making upgrades to our plan check system and some other things that technology can help to assist in that process.
Okay, and you're comfortable with our staff level at this time? Because we were reported to that we had to fill some positions, some vacancies. Are we at the staff level we need to be in our staff capacity? Because we do a lot of in-house plan checking too also, correct?
Correct. We recently brought on a new plans examiner. They're currently in their 3rd or 4th month of going through the process of their training and coming up to speed on our newest codes and being able to house most of our in-house smaller projects. So the consultant companies will be primarily used for more of the larger projects, multifamily and commercial projects.
Got it. Last question. Do we provide currently, remind me if we do, have an expedited process where the applicant can pay a little bit more to move the project a little faster? Do we have such a
Correct.
system?
Yes, there is a system in place for that. So if they request that, we've adopted fees that allow them to pay hourly for expedited plan check.
Okay,
which
so
can
they
reduce-
have that option. They can't complain
Right.
that it's not moving fast enough, because that's an option they have, and we have to borne out the cost. The applicant have to reimburse us for that cost.
Correct, they pay for the expedited costs.
Thank you, sir.
Hi. I have two quick things. So the first one kind of relate to what the two council member already mentioned about the consistent. Like I receive people call and from builder and from homeowner too, where that the city have the one check and then the next person come and take a look and then a different question or different thing that they have to fix. Relate to one of the car dealer too recently. So my question to you, I think you kind of address that, whether how do we have like maybe a template or something that when they go and do inspection, they have that same checklist. So not the next person come, wow, what about that you forgot?
Well, what happens when people come, if we want to speak specifically about the inspection portion of it, is that a lot of projects, due to the state and some of the code changes, people are actually changing the scope of their project during the course of the project. So they might start off as a junior ADU and it might convert to an ADU, and there's some of these provisions about electrical and other agencies that are involved. So a lot of the stuff that we do get in the field comes from other agency requests that people are unaware of at the time when they do the construction. So we try to provide them as much information as we can early and often to reach out to those agencies to make sure that they're not stopped in the process. So we've worked with people on case-by-case basis to help expedite those portions of the project.
Well, I understand that part where the coaching, but also seem like there were cases where they saw that there was disagreement or another person said, wow, the previous person did not see that, or etc. As long as you have that under control and you see that concern, then
Yes.
I'm good with that. The second thing is that I know way back when one of the presentation where that the contractor came back to us and say, well, you owe me this much money because, all the car. And I know that after that I have several review with the team, about different car and what happened. So my question is, do you have a staff member or somebody tracking that so that you don't end up with at the end with the bill say, oh, wow, this is the additional cost that, extra car that I took and you guys didn't pay me?
Currently right now we promoted Phil Nguyen, our building safety manager. So he's helped a lot with facilitating a lot of the cohesiveness between the contractors and the applicants, the architects, and our inspectors. And we oftentimes have workshop meetings. He's out in the field conducting feedback from the contractors and from the applicants to help make a more consistent, streamlined process for the development.
Okay, thank you.
Colleagues, any other questions? Yes, City Manager.
I just want to also share with the mayor and council that Nikki and her team has made great stride to deliver within the 48-hour inspection time. So a lot of that starts with planning, then plan check, then making sure the follow through with the building inspection. So we do, appreciate the dialogue with the council. At the end of the day, Nikki and her goals is to obviously deliver the highest level service. That also means a quick turnaround and response time. So we do thank the council for the discussion, and we have shown, and Nikki has reported out several times, that we strive to get that inspection time down to its as quick as possible. So again, with these individuals and consultants that will come on board, that will help in that effort as well. I just wanted to make that note.
Thank you, City Manager Kim.
Thank you.
Colleagues, any other questions, comments, or I'll entertain a motion? Okay, motion and a second. Call for the vote, please.
Motion received, 7 yes votes. Motion carries.
Thank you. All right, we're still moving through items for consideration. I'll ask again of my colleagues, item 26, would you like a staff report, or we can waive it, or a motion? Is that a second? Yes. Okay, motion and a second. Call for the vote, please.
Motion received, 7 yes votes. Motion carries.
And I believe item 27, we have to report that out, so.
Item 27 is introduction and first reading of an ordinance amending provisions of Chapter 2.50 and 2.52 of the Municipal Code relating to purchasing and contracting procedures entitled, An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Garden Grove, amending provisions of Chapter 2.50 and 2.52 of Title II of the Garden Grove Municipal Code relating to purchasing and contracting procedures. And City Attorney is going to provide the report.
Really quickly, so we have adopted in our municipal code thresholds for requirements when we need to go out to bid for public works projects. And we follow state law, and state law has an index. Every 2 years they index or they increase the base amounts by CPI, but sometimes they look at different markers pertaining to the cost of doing construction. So what we're proposing to do with this ordinance is update our municipal code to comply with or to conform with state law with respects to the projects that can be done by force amount, meaning with city workers from 60,000 to 75,000, which is what the state law currently says, and then increase the $200,000 for formal bidding to $220,000 for formal bidding, which is the current state law provision. In addition to that, the federal bidding requirements and contract requirements are also indexed, but those are changed every 5 years. And those were changed back in 2025. And so in addition to the state thresholds, we're also updating our code to, and also our code was to conform with both the state and the federal. The other change in the ordinance is that we now have added a provision in our municipal code that says that when the state or the feds increase the thresholds, then we would conform it administratively rather than having to adopt an ordinance every single time. So that's what the ordinance proposes to do, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, City Attorney Sandoval. Questions, colleagues?
Happy to move it.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Pick whoever you'd like. Call for the vote, please.
Motion received, 7 yes votes, motion carries.
All right, that takes us into ordinances presented for second reading and adoption. Item 28.
Item 28 is second reading and adoption of ordinance number 2977, reapproving plan unit development number PUD-14101A, an ordinance entitled, An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Garden Grove reapproving planned unit development number PUD-14101A with modifications limited to the plan unit development provisions and development and performance standards for the Site B2 Hotel project for properties located at the northwest corner of Harbor Boulevard and Twin Tree Avenue, east of Tamerlane Drive at 12241, 12261, 12271, 12291, 12311, 12323, and 12321 Harbor Boulevard, 12246, 12252, 12262, 12282, 12292, 12312, 12322, 12251, 12261, 12281, 12291, 12311, and 12321 Thackeray Drive, the vacated Thackeray Drive, and the vacated alley. Assessor parcel numbers 231-47106, 07, 08, 09, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and 54. And Council and Mayor, there was supplemental information and a supplemental staff report that was provided to you as part of the report this evening. And that was there at the dais, and staff is here to answer any additional questions.
Thank you. We received that addition. Colleagues? Yes.
I think Madam Clerk is out of breath.
Yeah.
Did you miss a number? I think you did. 24.
And for the record, number 24.
There we go.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're still awake.
Duly noted. Was there any other questions or comments?
Move it.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Call for the vote, please.
Motion received, 7 yes votes, motion carries.
All right, that takes us to 29.
Item 29 is second reading and adoption of ordinance number 2976 entitled, "An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Garden Grove establishing the amount of money for paramedic services that must be raised by an ad valorem tax override and the setting of the tax rate of said override." And this is a second reading of the ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll entertain a motion unless there's a question. Okay, I have a motion and a second. Call for the vote, please.
Motion received, 7 yes votes, motion carries.
All right, we head into matters. We'll start with Mayor Pro Tem and D1.
Yeah, I guess the only thing I can think of is coming up 4th of July. And I get a lot of emails and, why aren't you gonna ban fireworks? Well, fireworks are illegal in the city of Garden Grove. It's a $1,000 fine. We can't make that fine any higher. That's the maximum that the state law allows us as being a general law city. So we can't make it double illegal. So just make it clear, those fireworks you see shooting into the air and exploding and making everybody miserable, well, dogs anyway, they are already illegal. Now the safe and sane fireworks, you know, you generally don't have any complaints about those. They're not making any noise, they're sparkling on the ground, they don't shoot into the air. Those are legal, but they're only legal during a very specific period of the year, which includes the 4th of July, right? So, you know, I just want everybody to have a safe 4th of July. Our PD is going to be putting out some public information here in the next week about projectiles as well. My district is famous for this, where water balloons get thrown and this kind of thing. You know, there's been some really bad tragic incidents because of the water balloons, you know, so don't just be throwing water balloons at random people, especially if they're elderly. And but just don't do it. You know, if it's not welcome, it's not welcome. It's an assault. So you know, keep that in mind when you're having fun on 4th of July. But have fun, celebrate, enjoy it. 250 years, wow. You know, that's great. But at the same time, do it safe and conscientious of your neighbors. You know, we had a lot of folks here talking, and I was kind of hoping they'd stick around so they could hear. And I was kind of hoping maybe the city attorney could chime in about some of the stuff that we've discussed, you know, about the differences between ordinances and all these other, you know, remedies that they can, you know. Honestly, the city council is very limited in what you can do to a private business legally. If I had a magic wand, I would wave it, and those tanks at GKN would be gone. But I don't have that magic wand. And our dais as a board doesn't really have a lot of, we're not without options, but ordinances and what was the other thing they were asking for? Moratoriums. That really is not within the power of the city. We can't do that. I mean, we could do it, but it wouldn't affect GKN because they're grandfathered in on anything we would do. So there are things we can do and we can pursue, and we're looking into those, and those takes time, and you have to be conscientious and do things methodically to avoid any kind of problems with, you know, in the future. And you can't just jump knee jerk You got to get all the facts. You got to do things in order. And that doesn't happen overnight. That doesn't even happen in a month or two. It takes time. So, keep that in mind. Most of the responsible organizations that oversee these chemicals and these types of things aren't the city of Garden Grove. Matter of fact, they're not. It's going to be your county and your state that looks at most of those, and the federal government in some instances as well. So, we're very limited in what we can do here, but we are looking at, what we can do, but we're doing it in a way that we know we're not going to damage the city in doing something financially and in other ways. So I just wanted to make that point. I know that you have a lot of passionate people here, and I think we all share a lot of their sentiments. But we have the responsibility of the entirety of the city, and not bankrupting our city by getting sued into bankruptcy or something. So we got to be careful of how we proceed with things. And there are land rights in this state, in this country. Constitution protects that. And, we got to be cognizant of that. So anyway, I wish those very passionate folks would stay till the end and actually hear when we can actually talk about stuff, but they took off. So I guess there's really no need for me to ask Omar to chime in. But anyway, that's all I have.
It's been a long night. I'm concur with Mayor Pro Tem Pratigan about all the information that we were talking about. We are limited power. Not much we can do. Even though we try our best, the only thing that I can think of is probably we can make an ordinance to make some kind of prevention in future. That hopefully that help. Anyway, go to the thing that I want to talk today. Really is I've been in Magnolia Community Resource Center. Talk to their staff and do observation on their facility. They have a lot of activities in a small facility. And by their suggestion, I agree that we need to have attached ADU, some kind like that, into their current building that expand the area so they can work more effectively. And I would like John Montanchez, Director of Community Service, and hopefully with Lisa Kim, City Manager, Park Recreation Management staff, looking into it, talking to the Recreation Magnolia Park Recreation Resort Center staff, find out exactly what they need, make an estimation, see how much it costs. I would like to have that number. And then maybe that is something in the near future that we can work on and develop for them. That's all I have for tonight.
So first I want to say thank you so much to the mayor and all the council members here who support the free food distribution for our community. We served probably more than 300 families that day, and it was amazing. It showed the unity, and also it showed the commitment from this council member and the mayor to commit to serve our community. So there were so many people, and I want to say thanks. First, Hope, the nonprofit group that partner with our council member, Coastline College for the parking, Sprout for the bag, Lucky Seafood and Saigon Market were the two that donate 3 pallets of food. King Bánh Mì, Saigon Bánh Mì, and many volunteer, Rancho Amigo student, the VEYM Thiếu Nhi Thân Thể, and then Sister of Lover, the nun that came to support, and many others that who came, including our mayor, council member Yesenia, and Ariana was there to support you. So thank you so much, and we got a lot of feedback. Many people were asking when council gonna do this again. Even the resident from other city, I said that we were looking forward to couple other events, but that would be from the community. Second, today, early today, we have the spotlight on thank you, the volunteer, the staff that support during the crisis. And I want to take the opportunity to say thank you to all of them too. There are people that supporting, I didn't see here tonight, but for the people out there, the neighbor, help the neighbor, or the volunteer that help the evacuate, all that. So thank you so much. We don't see you here, but just know that we thank for your support and your service to others. So couple, I think last week, we have the Thomas Howe 40th anniversary, and so they have the walk at the Medal of Honor. This was my honor to share the story about the Medal of Honor recipient from Garden Grove City, and then the history about the trail and the tree and all things on that trail. So congratulations to Thomas Howe for a great event. I was there with Mayor and also Council Member Ariana. We had a great walk, and a lot of people was there. Next, earlier today, we had the Chim winner recognition here. I hope that our staff will look into the holiday light decoration from our city, so that way we will have similar kind of recognition for the people that decorate their house and make the house light and bright during the holiday season. Last but not least, so as I mentioned about the free food distribution, so after that, couple nonprofit group contacted me, and so we might have one coming up on June 27. After today, I will get more information. If I have the date confirmed, I will pass the information out to you guys, to the resident via media. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and councils. I am in agreement with Mayor Pro Tem that sometimes it feels a little disappointing when we sit here for hours and hours and listen to public comments, and then the public's not here when we make our comments. We have to depend on the media to provide coverage, and sometimes they do and sometimes they don't. But I always appreciate the media coverage, and I applaud all of our media who do try their best to represent our opinions and reflect that in their medias. And so I want to call out to all of the medias who have supported us with the news and information that was much needed, especially through the crisis we've just experienced, and we're still in the middle of it. We're not out of the woods yet, and we're still working very hard. We get a lot of critics who point a finger and tell us to do our job, and we are doing our job. We're doing our job. A part of our job is to show appreciation and celebrate the first responders, the heroes who keep us safe. So regardless of where we go from here, we have to pause and give thanks to all the people, the men and women who were here, who spent hours waiting for us to recognize them very patiently, very peacefully. And those are people that we have to recognized for their contributions, not just recently, but for all the years they provided us with the safety and concern for our welfare and going forward. So we don't want to detract from that. And I want to thank them again for coming today. It was an honor and a privilege to shake their hands, to recognize each and every one of them, without whom we would be in a much worse position. So thank you to for first responders, all our employees, all the different departments and their staff who came in today and graciously accepted our deepest appreciation. So thank you again. We're still in the spirit of Freedom Day of Juneteenth, and we are going to celebrate America's 250th birthday. I remember as a refugee child who came here in my first year in America in 1976, I was privileged to celebrate America's 200th birthday. It was a wonderful occasion, and now we're in the sesquicentennial or bicentennial, America's 250th birthday. We're still a very young nation, very young. We're still growing, we're still developing, and we have to respect each other and come together to celebrate freedom. We have Freedom Way in Garden Grove now, and we all should not just put people over power, not just put people over profit, but we have to put people over politics. Politics can be divisive, and we have to be able to work out all of the differences in order to implement true change. And it's a step-by-step process. We can't deliver on all our promises all at once. That's not going to happen. We have begun a lot of the plan of action that is required to make our residents safer, make our community more prosperous. And that doesn't mean we are going to single out any business for differential treatment. They have their rights to conduct business in our city. We have to respect that. But when they are in violation, we have to bring them back to a place where they're in compliance. We have a report from OC Health Authority today. They're working very diligently to hold GKN accountable, as they should be doing. And we already have removal of the mitigated chemicals, have already begun. And I want it moved as far away from Garden Grove as possible. Ohio's pretty far. And that process is continuing at 300, 300 pound or gallon totes at a time. So we have to protect our residents' jobs too. We have people in this community that's fully employed, that appreciate GKN, providing them with employment, and that strengthens our community. I don't want to chase any business away. Do you want to lose 500 jobs? 500 families depend on those jobs. We have developments coming in where there's going to be affordable housing. They're going to be brand new townhouses and places that people can buy into, and they're going to need jobs. Without good paying jobs, how are you going to afford to buy into Garden Grove? At $900,000, that's the entry level, to probably higher by the time it's built out. So in California now, they say that if you make $100,000 a year, you can't afford to buy a house. You're considered, I don't know, low income. You can't. Your cost of living has increased so much that the next generation just cannot afford home ownership. The American dream that everybody comes here wants to achieve. So we have to remind each other in the 250th celebration of America's birthday, we're gonna have a lot of events in and around Garden Grove, right, Mayor? And you're gonna attend a lot of them, and so we'll attend it together, and we'll have flags, and we'll have a big birthday bash for America. Now, those are all the things that should unite us, should bring us together. So I appreciate all those who come and speak, even the ones that express a lot of outrage. I've said outrage is justified, but profane outburst is not justified. I'm a free speech absolutist. Doesn't mean I welcome the profanity or the personal attacks. No. That has to be kept to a decorum that we set the standard here in this chamber. And Mayor has really stood up for that at our request. We want to feel safe here. We want to have civil dialogue, and we want to be able to restore as much time for the public to comment. But if we gave everybody 6 minutes, then that's 2 less persons who can speak, because the meeting's going to go past midnight. And I told the mayor to push the panic button at 11 o'clock. I don't want to go past 11 o'clock, and I won't do that. But the public should understand we're not trying to curtail your freedom of speech. We're just trying to shorten the time a little bit so everybody will have an opportunity to speak. You don't have to wait hours and hours on end for your turn. That's why we shorten it to 2 minutes. And then we got to implement SB 707, which means there will be more speakers appearing from home, from other location, not here physically in our chambers, which means that we may have to double the public comment time to accommodate for people who doesn't appear in the chambers, but can, by law, contribute to our public dialogue. So let's give it a chance. Let's see how SB 707 plays out. Let's see how we can accommodate as many people as we can for as much time as we can. And then there will be some adjustment period, and maybe we can revisit whether we can restore a little more time. I mean, 5-6 minutes is long. 2 is a bit short. Everybody's out of breath and trying to speak real fast. And I don't listen that fast. I want them to have their 3 minutes. I think 3 minutes is good. Let's revisit that and restore that to our public. But only after we implement SB 707 and see where it takes us, and we will make adjustments and accommodate. But for those people who use their 2 minutes, I think they've done a great job. A great job. If you haven't said what you need to say in 2 minutes, 20 minutes ain't gonna cut it either. If I gave you 20 minutes, you'll still be up here, and the gist of the matter or the heart of the issue will not be addressed. And I see all the speakers who spoke tonight very eloquently in their 2 minute time, and I thought it was quite adequate. However, I think 3 minutes should be restored, and I do agree that this is a public forum, and we are here to listen and to act upon your suggestions, but we can only implement changes a little bit at a time, and we are coordinating with county authority, with state authority, with even the federal EPA and other authorities. So we can't make all the decisions ourselves. And I think Mayor Pro Tem said, well, our powers are limited, right? Not that we can't do anything, but there's a lot of things that we are bound by the fact that we are a general law city. So because we are a general law city, there are certain regulations we have to abide by. We just can't make it up. So moratorium, I'll speak directly to that. It sounds like a good idea. I don't think anybody is against stopping risk and danger. Nobody's against that. But how do you implement a moratorium? Every case is different. You can't compare a GKN to a crematorium that received a moratorium. It's not, it's apple to oranges. You can't make those kind of comparisons. And you can't deny a business of its supplies if the supply need is MMA. You can only regulate and control it so that it doesn't cause a danger, a risk. And you have to do that through the proper channels, with the proper regulations. And that takes time to write up, to enforce. And we already have some enforcement activity. We already have some investigation activity, when we will have some disciplinary actions to protect the public. That's not fast enough for some people, but we have to move at a pace that's reasonable and practical. Just like any other issue that we've had to work through as a city, as a council, we've always have a lot of crises when it was an immigration issue or ICE or anything else. We had to be patient and be smart about it. There's no sudden course of action we can take that make the problem go away overnight. I always believe in processes, and we have overcome a lot of difficulties and challenges already. And this is not anything different. We will overcome. We'll put this behind us. We will move on as a stronger, more united, a more safe city, and more prosperous for everybody. And we will meet any challenges head on, like we did with the recent chemical crisis. And so we need to stop and pause and thank each other and have some faith. If you want us to hear you out, you need to hear us out also. I think I've spoken enough. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. First, I want to give a big kudos to all the council members for putting some funds together, and collectively we were able to support Hope on Main Street with our meals contribution. It was a great effort, and on behalf of the community, on our behalf for the community. I hope every father, especially those on this council, had a great Father's Day this weekend. I want to give a special shout out to my husband, Walter, who continues to be a great father and has served our community for the past 8 years in office. One of the things I want to give him and the Garden Grove Unified School District kudos on is renaming one of the GGUSD elementary schools in honor of the Palomino family, which were a pivotal in the landmark of Mendez versus Westminster case. Not too long ago, children of Mexican descent were not allowed to attend schools in the Garden Grove Elementary District before they became the Unified Garden Grove School District I know and love today. The Palomino family was instrumental in ensuring students of all backgrounds were allowed to attend Garden Grove schools. The case paved the way for Brown versus Board of Education. So kudos to the Garden Grove Unified School District in their historic victory. I also want to take a moment to thank our first responders who responded to the GKN incident during the challenging situation. Our police officers, firefighters, public works, and emergency personnel acted swiftly, professionally, and with a clear commitment to public safety. Your dedication and service helped keep us safe, and I am grateful for that. So thank you so much. Today was the Orchard ribbon cutting. The outstanding renovations included apartment improvements, murals, and a play area for the community children. I am proud to see the city's commitment to providing affordable, quality housing opportunities come to life. As our city continues to grow, it is important that we create opportunities for our residents of all income levels to live, work, and be here in Garden Grove. This development is a reminder that addressing housing challenges requires contribution. So thank you all for your dedication and for our development partners and our city economic development and housing team. I also want to give a shout out to Edmund from Barbecue Star. If you haven't already, it's a very delicious barbecue, Korean barbecue here in Garden Grove. I had the pleasure of meeting him and dining in his delicious restaurant with my family. They serve Korean barbecue. It's a great place to dine in with friends and family. Sadly, there were also an impacted business that was shut down for about a week because of the GKN incident. And then on that note, I want to thank all of our community members again for coming out and speak in regards to GKN. I don't need to reiterate what we are all feeling on the council and what has been said before. We are all demanding accountability from the last meeting. I don't think the community was content with GKN's response. I do think it is fair for me to ask on the status of my request for a moratorium ordinance. I requested several weeks ago. I know the concern for the staff is that the proposal can impact other businesses in the city. Given the public safety concerns raised by JKN incident, what I want to know is what objective criteria could the city use to craft a temporary 6-month moratorium that is limited to facilities presenting comparable hazardous chemical risks that avoids unintentionally affecting businesses that do not pose those risks. So please identify the regulatory threshold, operational characteristics, or hazardous material inventories that staff believe could create a legal defensible distinction between facilities subject to the moratorium and those that would be excluded. I am not an expert, as I've mentioned before, and no one on this council is. That is why I'm asking the staff to consult with experts, the city manager or the attorney. I just want to ask, when would we be able to see an ordinance on the agenda?
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, we continue to gather information and facts. As presented earlier in the beginning of the meeting, we had Dr. Darwin Chang that has indicated that Unified Command and the Healthcare Agency is monitoring the tank mitigation. We will continue to work with the Healthcare Agency and also work with our team internally to gather more information. I don't have an answer right now when that will be available.
That'll be all for me. Thank you.
Well, hello, everyone. What a month it's been. First and foremost, a belated happy Pride. I'd be remiss if I did not wish everyone a happy Pride. I wish we got a chance to really have a celebration here, but I think we've all been a little busy at the moment. We've all had a lot going on at the moment. But I'd be remiss again if we didn't mention it. And of course, a belated happy Juneteenth Liberation Day. Want to make sure that I shout out our friends at Thomas House Family Shelter for having had a very successful Thomas House Walkathon. It was so wonderful to be able to engage in that wonderful tradition again, having grown up attending those walkathons as a kid. It was wonderful to be able to celebrate their May the 40th be with you, Star Wars themed walkathon. And let me tell you, they had these costumed characters there, and one of them had such a striking resemblance to Mark Hamill. I was so taken aback. I thought that I was having deja vu. They brought him back with a time machine. It did look like him. So they did an excellent, and they were all volunteers. So kudos to the folks at Thomas House Walkathon. It was a wonderful event filled with family and community. Huge shout outs to our friends at Sabroso. They put together a wonderful walking team, the Sabroso Striders, and we got a chance to get together at Sabroso for some cafecito and some pan dulce after the walk. So thank you so much to Paloma and to Sam for hosting us and having us after the walk. It was a really, really fun time. I think we were all very surprised today to see a special guest in our audience. We saw Mr. Carlin, the Vice President of GKN here, who joined us to give us some statements. I do wish that we had been given some notice from him ahead of time before he appeared. I do think that it would be great if we had the opportunity to, ask him some more questions and not just have him give us a 2-minute statement during public comment. So if we have the opportunity to maybe next time have him be a part of our formal agenda, if we have some more notice that he's going to be available, that would be great, because I think our constituents would very much appreciate if we had an additional touch point with Mr. Carlin. We heard so many of our residents speak today. I want to really commend the residents, the Garden Grove residents that came and spoke today. I do appreciate when you guys come and share with us. To echo what so many of my colleagues have already said, I mean, I share in the frustration. It is not a happy situation where we are up here and we ask questions and we do not get answers. And I do not like waiting. I am not a patient person. I don't wait in line for anyone except Taylor Swift. And that's documented fact. And I am very unnerved about the fact that our residents continue to wait and that our neighbors continue to wait. And it's not about us being patient with them. It's the fact that we don't get answers. And we've put in so much work in terms of trying to set up as many things as we can as a city to support our residents. The outreach that we try to do on our end, on our personal time, the work that our wonderful city staff has tried to do to try to help and support our small businesses through the efforts with the Small Business Association and Small Business Administration, and trying to get them support through loan programs, work that other members of the Assembly and the State Senate and the Congress have all been trying to do to try and help our constituents. It's all very wonderful and very commendable, but our businesses shouldn't rely on loans, and our residents shouldn't feel like they have to rely on short-term aid. They need to be made whole, and they need to have GKN step up and start figuring out what this reimbursement process is going to look like. I really don't understand what the holdup is here. When we've had the oil spill off the shore in Huntington Beach, those oil companies figured out how to reimburse the people there. Don't know what the situation is here that we can't figure out how to do a claims process. Personally, I'm frustrated. I have constituents that missed wages because their workplace was in the evacuation zone. They couldn't go to work for several days. What about people that were affected that way? And I think that so many people have reached out to all of us individually with their own grievances, and we still haven't even heard when they're going to convene us for our town hall. So I join the community in that frustration, and I'm going to continue asking them when they're going to give us answers, because this has been incredibly frustrating. To that effect, and to the effect of knowing that there are some machinations going on in other levels of government, I would like to ask our city staff if you guys could please keep in touch with our other partners in other levels of government, whether it be the county, whether it be our representatives, since we have plural in the Assembly. We have a representative in the Assembly, but we have plural in the State Senate, plural in the County Board of Supervisors, our representative in Congress. I know they're all working on various bills, trying to pass things through in the last minute during these bill cycles. I think it's important for us to know what everyone else around us that represents us is trying to do with regards to our residents as well. So if we can get a touch point with every other legislative body that has anything to do with our city, I think it's important for us to be aware of what's going on and what they're planning to do too. And I ask all of them to let us know. It can't just be a one-way street. Like, we can't be the only ones that are saying, hey, like, what are you guys doing? What are you working on for Garden Grove? Like, they need to let us know as well. So I urge their offices as well. You guys got to let us know what you're working on. We all have to make sure that we're working to hold this corporation accountable and do our best for our community, because we all represent the community here in Garden Grove. And to that effect, happy belated Father's Day, everyone. I'll end it there.
Thank you, colleagues. I appreciate your comments this evening. I think we're all feeling the frustration. It's hard when an incident like what we had occurred, unprecedented, and then we get a rush of information and then it slows to a trickle, and then a little bit more comes in and it slows back to a trickle. And it's very frustrating because sitting here, usually we have quite a bit of information at our fingertips and we're able to make decisions and execute, and it's frustrating when that's not always possible at the speed at which we want, because at the end of the day, we want to be present and accountable and helpful and all the things that the community deserves. Obviously, we did have Mr. Carlin back from GKN. He needs to come every single meeting and continue to give as much information as he can as a part of that accountability process. That also will ebb and flow as we learn more and he's hopefully able to share more. The questions remain: our concerns with MMA, our concerns with the facility using MMA and storing MMA, our concerns with accountability and perhaps that lack of transparency, the fact that our residents are saying, what about me? I'm not made whole. What's going to happen? And every week and every day that ticks by, I'm sure that is becoming more of a reality. People are hurting still. And so I don't think that this is something that we're taking lightly. It's certainly something I think about every single day. And I know for certain my colleagues feel the same way. So this is ongoing, and we are going to continue to do everything that we can from our city perspective and the city side of this. I was happy to have the county here this evening. Darwin gave a good presentation. We need more from them as well. We need to make sure that we're in the room at the table and gathering as much information on tank removal. Whatever is happening there, we as a city deserve to know, and I'm grateful to our city manager and our assistant city manager and staff for continuing to push those conversations and also making sure there's accountability from the county process as well. And so having Darwin here was important. I think that OCCUPAinfo.com, there's a lot of information there. It's a lot to digest and absorb. So we'll do our part as a city to make sure that we're working through that information and dispersing it to the community transparently and digestibly as well. So we continue on. We have some answers, but not enough, and we will keep working at it. And with that, I want to mention, obviously, the staff that we honored and recognized this evening, from our police to OCFA to Public Works and all of our city departments. We saw really what the best of this organization is capable of. Those that gave selflessly, worked overtime, and nobody questioned why or how long or when is this going to end. It was, yes, I'm here and I'm going to do whatever it takes. And so I'm extremely grateful and have the utmost respect for everyone that answered the call. And that's what Garden Grove does every time. We have an issue, we answer the call, we step up, and we get it done. And I'm very, very grateful to everyone that was here. And I know that wasn't even everyone, but it was a wonderful example of the best of our community and the best of our organization. So thank you, and happy 250th to America. With that, City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. I hear you loud and clear. We will continue to share your frustration and communicate directly to GKN your expectations of accountability, your expectation for the follow-through for the town hall and delivery of that communication directly to our residents and our businesses. I understand the frustrations that SBA is, we're having to identify resources for our community that is directly affected, and they need to step up and really just speak to the community directly. I do want to make mention that we are working with Supervisor Wynn's office. During the Supervisor Board of Directors meeting today, there was an item in which she is advanced an additional $500,000 of resources for those affected through the evacuation zone. We will continue to open dialogue and work directly with our office to understand what those guidelines are, and we'll communicate to the council directly how we can disperse that assistance directly to our families that were directly affected. So we'll get that information to you as quickly as we can. I do also am very proud of our city team that came together to really address this challenging situation. So thank you, council, for your continued support of city staff. I want to make one highlight. The mayor and I tomorrow evening will be attending the ACCOC Golden Hub of Innovation Awards, and we had nominated Matt West, our Assistant City Manager, as City Staff Leader of the Year. He has been extraordinary in really just working through some of our regional needs and addressing some of our key council priorities. So he's a winner all day long. So we'll be supporting his nomination and recognition. So thank you, council.
Yes. Thank you, Matt. City Attorney?
Yes, for the record, we did have 2 closed session items, and there's no reportable action out of that. And that's all from me. Thank you.
Very good. And with that, we stand adjourned.